Yeah, we've had some pretty chill vibes for the DF. It's been kind of nice, honestly. I mean, I love bringing the energy. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, it's also fun being chill. And there's something about this game and style of game that just, like, really reaches deep into my soul in such a pleasant way. I don't need to be wild. I can just be. So, where did we leave off? The oracular realm. I may have been messing around with some ideas yesterday, trying to prep stuff for our next fortress, trying to record some YouTube footage. I'm really excited for the next fort we do. I gotta be honest. I have a really, like, nice looking idea, I think. There's so many forts I just want to play right now. It's problematic. Let me tell you, it's problematic. What's going on with this light? If y'all can let me know if there's any skips in the video today, by the way, I'd muchly appreciate it. I noticed when looking at last Friday's stream, my video was like chopping up. Just me, not the actual gameplay. Just the regular video. I think my computer is like, you have 200 dwarves on screen and how many cats? How dare you? Claybones, good morning. So, today I've got a couple of plans in store. A couple of things I'd like to get done on the fortress. The big one is I want to start digging down. I want to start getting us into trouble. Oh, whoa. Real muscle memory just flexed back into me. I just tried to do like the keyboard shortcut for going down a layer instead of just doing it with my mouse. Our fortress is a real ramble bramble of a mess, and I think that's okay. It looks like we were cleaning up a few things down here. I'm trying to remember exactly where we left off. We've got a crazy amount of cloth and leather. Buckets of cloth and buckets of leather. And we did end up starting our 4th squad of dwarves. We're in an outfit we dubbed Leather Daddy. Perfect. Leather armor, and leather gloves they're missing. Are they all missing leather gloves? Big time. So that's an easy solve to make 10 of those. If these guys are also missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 leather armor. Let's queue that up as well. Oh, these guys are missing a lot of things. All right, you know what? Actually, we're gonna take that leather glove and we're gonna put that to 20, maybe even more. Yeah, these guys are also missing gloves. Whoa, okay. Headwear and legwear. So we definitely want to put a lot of that leather to use. Leather leggings. I'm going to say leather cap, leather helm. These guys are leather hoods. Leather hood. I guess we just have any kind of leather headwear assigned, so. Oh yeah, man. We're all out of like ammo and stuff here too. And then these guys are still having problems with gloves and everything else too. So you know what? We're gonna take that glove and we're gonna bump it up to 30. We're gonna bump this up to 20. We're gonna burn through so much stuff. I'm gonna bump that up to 20. I'm gonna bump this up to 10 just for safety's sake. Then we got gloves, we got armor, we got helm, we got leggings. The only thing we're really missing here is boots. And it looks like that one is actually not a problem. So we'll see how that goes. Okay, so when we tried to dig here, we hit an aquifer. But when we tried to dig here, we did not have that problem. Oh, yeah. Right. This is what we were doing today. This pit is dug. So we were going to drain this entire moat into there. What in the hell was my plan here? I guess it was just to dig this down. This is such a terrible idea. And then hope that the water doesn't flow down this staircase, which it almost certainly will. And once that's dug, I guess we just build a wall right there. Well, no time like the present to figure out how that's going to work. A scholar taken by a fey mood. Yeah. Yeah, I want to dig down. And that's kind of where we're going to be doing it. So once that hole is theoretically, once this hole is popped, it should open up all of that. I'm honestly a little curious. It looks like our farms are up and running in a very, very good shape. So is that a waterfall you got lucky with, or did you make it? We got kind of lucky with it. It is a naturally occurring waterfall. But we built the fort with it in mind. So we kind of just like dug into the mountain, and then we built our temple up here. So this is our temple, it's our water spot, it's our fishing spot. And it's really nice. Everybody just gets nice and clean. Nice, clean, and cozy. It's been working out pretty well for us. We keep our guys in a good mood because of it. It was really like the defining feature that we went for. Like the moment I saw that on the map, I was like, okay, this is where we're going to dig, and this is where we're going to build our fort. Gives happy thoughts. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, you can see little rainbows pop up around everybody here. So they say, I was close to a waterfall. I'm so relieved. They get relieved just being near it. I originally wanted this to be a road, but all of my pathways here, I was following like natural ore veins in the mountain. I mean, you can see like my place is really, really ramshackle in how it's built. Everything is like very, very hideous and misshapen to a regular DF player. And so I thought about making a road here, but then the pathway of the ore veins ended up kind of going like this instead. This one carved up to here. So we just made this a giant temple. It's a giant open-air temple to the goddess of creation and beauty. which I think is nice. I'm back on DF, not played since 40.15. Oh, nice, nice. Did some water drop steam room things many moons ago. It's a good feature to have in your fortresses. It keeps everyone from getting too messy. I think it helps prevent like infections and stuff a lot of the times too. I have a guy here trading. Did we already do this trade? I feel like we did. Yeah. So we can pull him out of there. We've already traded with these humans. These humans. A metalsmith's forge. Oh my god, amazing. He's already started. Bronze bars, cloth, 2 pieces of leather, rock, a couple of uncut gems. He's gonna make something nice. Who is it? The scholar. I mean, he's not particularly good at anything else, so. You'll get craft object from this. Pray to the autumnal. Like this fully bearded dwarven baby. Oh, nice. And we actually have some of the rope reed coming in at long last here too, which is being made into a slurry, which then is being pressed into paper. Oh my god. It's actually working. My scholars are actually going to be able to start writing books. Eventually. Total number for each to scribe. 2. I can't wait to get that paper underway. Can't wait. Okay, so on top of this dig, I don't understand why it's not working. You're a master miner. Can I just set you to mine? A bronze flask. Well, that's not the most exciting item. Sheshkatal Ormist Amast, a bronze flask of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval lignite cabochons, decorated with blue shark leather and encircled with bands of oval pink tourmaline cabochons. The object menaces with spikes of rope reed and moss opal. On the item is an image of Tipsmeld, the wildness of towns, the bronze flask in bronze. Did this guy make a bronze flask and on it he engraved an image of another famous bronze flask? This is some real pimp my ride. So I heard you like bronze flasks. On the item is an image of rice plants in short fin mako shark leather. I mean, pretty cool. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna give it to the captain of the guard. Oh my god. It's worth an insane amount of money. I'm gonna give it to the captain of the guard because the captain of the guard needs a water flask. And having a fancy one, we might as well. Oh boy. And we got more migrants. Just what we didn't need. High Master Wound Dresser, High Master Diagnostician. That's actually pretty good. Talented Wound Dresser, Talented Surgeon. A Trapper. A Babby. A Rabbit. Stonecrafter, Cheesemaker. An Animal Dissector. That's it. Heck, man, I'll take the doctors. We'll put them in our terrible little hospital here. Let's see. High Master Diagnostician. The other guy was a really good surgeon, I believe. Surgeon, novice surgeon. No, wound dresser? Bone doctor. This guy is a talented surgeon. creature is a doctor. Logan. Is he not showing up? Oh, he's actually not. Talented surgeon. Dabbling bone doctor. He's just a doctor right now. I mean, do we need more doctors? Do we need more surgeons? I guess that's always a bit of a debate. To be honest, I don't know what a doctor really does compared to everybody else. I guess they dress wounds. If I was a betting man. So you know what? I'm going to take this novice surgeon. And I'm actually going to put him on doctor. So we have 2 doctors, 2 diagnosticians, 2 surgeons, and 1 bone doctor. I think that's pretty good. That's deep. Putting a flask in a flask because you love flasks. Exactly. Commander, good morning. The Guild of Creatures has many members in Growlstakes and now requires a grand guild hall. Farmers Guild. I mean, I guess. Why not? We have all the other guilds. Don't we have a Farmers Guild? Isn't... This is a Farmers Guild. Oh no, what have I agreed to? Another Farmers Guild? I've made a huge mistake. Might end up with more Farmers Guilds than I know what to do with. Alright, well, we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. Rock statues. So he said what? 7 tables, 9 thrones, 2 statues. On the statues, I want a specific image related to... Damn, what was their name? The Guild of Creatures? That was it. And the rest will come with time. Alright. Open space. Curses, my plan here didn't work. So this is all damp, but it's not, Oh, jeez. Is someone even going to be able to do that? I don't think they will. We're definitely going to need to build a wall here. That much is certain. I mean, technically this is a slope right now. But I think unless they go down, they can't get into it. Oh my god, look how many people we have up. Gathering food on the surface. This is the big problem. Like, why do I have this field so unnecessarily large? When we know we don't need this much fruit. Sure, I mean, let's grab a couple of things in and around the opening area, maybe. But I don't think we need to go any further than say that. Ever had an update for a favorite game that kind of killed the game and the devs refused to take the L and rolled it back? Yep, absolutely. We call that the combat update to Star Wars Galaxies. I believe the Matrix Online also did it with the combat update. A lot of combat updates giving me guff. Trog, good morning. How you doing, dude? All right, this is a mess. What am I doing here? How did I foresee this working? Is a question I have. What are you? You're a ghostly dwarven baby? Did we build a slab for you? I do remember us building a few slabs here. Bukhar, yeah, that was one of them. Okay. Okay. To the babies that have drowned in the moat. Ooh, that's dark. And I also set up this garbage dump, though. Again, it doesn't actually seem to be working. I'm having a hard time understanding what's going wrong with the garbage dump plan here. They're meant to be dumping stuff here so that the Dwarven Atom Smasher can smash it. I mean, here's the thing. I could just, like, break this wall. I don't think there's any good way to do this. Good. Everybody's put to rest. Like, unless I want to bucket the river. Like, I could bucket the moat all the way out to here. I could also do something like flood our farms again. But I think... yeah. You know what? Plan B. Can I keep digging down? Question here is really like, can I dig down from an already existing set of stairs? Yeah, it looks like it. See if that works. Star Wars Galaxies, what a game, dude. I rant about Star Wars Galaxies all the time because it was just like my favorite MMO. Such a perfect game. I didn't even play a combat class, and the combat still killed the game because the player base died. Submarines and aircraft update for Ultimate Admiral's Dreadnoughts? Oh, okay. They killed Outriders with an update? All it takes a lot of times is one bad update. Outriders was dead before that update with a lack of content for endgame. That's the question. I'm assuming this new stream version gets till the FPS death late game. I mean, honestly, not that we've really hit. We have a little bit of FPS drop right now. It's nothing too terrible. But we're at like 200 dwarves. Which, if I'm remembering right, the old game typically capped at 250. It's been a while. But I feel like 250 was max cap on the old one. This definitely seems to run smoother. My biggest problem is that I built this base really poorly, and so I only have like one wide corridors here. I've actually been talking about moving my whole brewery and farming area and moving this craft dwarf shop and just opening up this into like a massive palazzo sort of thing. Just because I cannot be bothered with the mess that it is right now. So this is going to become a meeting area for Guild Hall. for a farmer's guild. No. Oh, I screwed that up. They call themselves the Guild of Creatures. But they said it was a farmer's guild. If I build a... Yeah, there we go. Guild. The Guild of Creatures. 25 members. Okay, it does work for them. Wait a minute. You're the Guild of Creatures. I misunderstood this request. The request isn't build us a new guild hall. It's make this a grand guild hall. Oh, god damn. Okay. Okay. These lads aren't happy with their sort of bougie guild hall. They need extra bouge. They need this expanded. All right, well, we'll get there. Personally, what I didn't like about Outlanders was how dark it was. I just want a looter shooter in these amazing jungles and other lush environments, but nope, back to Gears. I actually never played Outriders, but I played a lot of Division. The Division 2, me and like one of my buddies just got like hooked on it and played it non-stop for like 2 months and just did the whole campaign, all the missions, got like right to the end game. Like we were like farming mobs for the like the best SMG and stuff, the best machine guns you could get. And I really, really liked it. But then it was also like, we hit that point and it was like, okay, well, what do we do now? And the answer was like, well, nothing. You beat the game. You did it. You don't have to do anymore. You can go play something else. I'm at around 116, notice some slowdown, but also trying to keep stock small. Yeah, I mean, I have a cat explosion happening. You can see. And you can see like the little... It's like a river. It moves in like waves and washes and everything else. But I'm still getting like, I want to say at 30 FPS. I can actually tell you. We looked at this the other day. Looking at the fort, I think we stopped around 30. $37, $38. In brackets, 27, 28. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, that's still, compared to what it used to be, the old game, that's still pretty good. It doesn't feel laggy. I'll certainly say that. Played the hell out of the Division 2. It was great. Yoga from Mars, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Plant seeds, plant seeds. Leather armor's been completed. Slurry statues have been completed. All right, we're going to smooth this puppy out. Ooh, no. Sandy clay loam. That won't do. Do we still have, like, jet blocks? No, not really, hey? Oh, yeah, no, here we go. Rock salt blocks. Do we have jet blocks? No. Why is that not showing up for rock salt? Alright, doesn't matter. I don't know if
Let me tell you, there's nothing like 8 players all with bullet kings running around a dark zone while in a massive squad on Discord.
Was Bullet King the machine gun that never ran out of ammo? Am I remembering that correctly? All right, we got some ugly walls here too, so I think I'm gonna see if we can't have those replaced. Yes, it was. Okay, nice, nice. Isn't the game music a bit loud? You have a very deep voice, so it's somewhat quiet when the music plays. It might be up a little bit. I think I just like the music so much. But thank you for the note. When it swells, it can be. I can be honest, I think I've mostly just been like, yeah, sweet, good music. Been thoroughly enjoying the music in the game. All right, and one more of these. I gotta be honest, I don't know if this these fake walls are really worth doing, but we're gonna do them anyway. And we did finish building these statues. Oh, I don't know what is of who. I built 2 statues. I think these 5 microcline statues are of a specific god or something. So I'm going to say it's that. And probably that rock salt statue. This is going to expand out here. You have to be careful when building things because you can't build on a corner. The point of couples. I have no idea. And what we also will do is engrave. You know what? I'm going to engrave this entire back room. Oh, we can engrave built walls. That's interesting. No music now, so you sound great. Yeah, I like the music a lot. Yeah, it's so good. Our builds were trash individually, but 8 players worth of machine gun fire melts any PvP build. I never did a lot of the PvP in Division. I mostly just ran around and enjoyed the looty shooty route in 2D. Now, how is this going? How did I miss a single floor here? How is that even possible? Damn! Impossible. I'm gonna ask him to dig that anyway. See what happens. Very concerned. Now, what's the value of this looking like? 42.26. With all of these guys, these are like legendary engravers for the most part. So I feel like they should be fine once they get through here. And we'll rebuild that wall. It's kind of cool. This is actually, this is kind of a neat thing. Is that, so the way the walls work is like they're engraved technically on both sides. So this is the farming guild. And overlooking the farm, kind of on the second floor, is this going to be this back relief relating to the farming guild. So that they can always kind of look down and see. We could even put a little, like a couple of windows in here if we really wanted. Zhuzh it up a bit. Now I just made 22 rock coffers. they for up here? No. This place looks like it's done. This place has been done a long time. Oh, yeah. Remember that we were building a massive set of dormitories? I remember. I mean, I forgot for a very long time, but... 4, 5, 6, 7, 8... 9, we'll go with 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The elves are crying in their graves. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You're gonna need more doors. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let me just rip through these. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8. Enough. Peace. All right, dormitories. I can see why some people don't engrave the floors. I gotta be honest. Like, so typically in most of these rooms, I've just done like a single engraving to just bump up the value a little. My temples are engraved from floor to ceiling because they're temples. But typically I don't really like engraving the floors. It's just that like these guys are like, we need a value of 10,000, and engraving that one room just bumped that up almost 4,000 on its own. So much so that I'm actually just going to have to engrave the rest of this to finish it. I could fill it with statues, but you know, why bother? Sure. Dormitory 1. Accept. Dormitory 2. I guess you can have these overlapping a little and it doesn't really matter. I guess. Dormitory 3. So this is the answer to we have 200 dwarves. This is how I decided to solve this problem. Is it a perfect solution? Absolutely. I don't want to hear anything to the contrary. Will they be pleased to be stuck in these awful dormitories? Yeah, you know, that's up for debate. Michelle, hello. How are you? Welcome on in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm being shelled by Michelle. Come on in, folks. Hello. Welcome to our little diggy hole. I saw you were playing a little Dwarf Fortress as well this morning. Guys, if you don't know Michelle, fantastic streamer from the other part of the world. The other side, the not Canada side, the deep, dark southern side. How is everybody? How are you guys and gals enjoying the Dwarf Fortress? Are you getting some good diggy holes? We're wildly suffering from success like DJ Khaled right now. We're up to 200 dwarves. It is problematic. There are too many of them. Come on in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Scapegoat, Lobster, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. All the raiders, welcome to the agency. If y'all don't know me, my name is AgentNumberOne. I am a strategy and simulation variety streamer. I play a lot of games like RimWorld. I play Dwarf Fortress. I think I first met Michelle playing Chaos Gate Demon Hunters. I think. I want to say. It's a while. Me's crushing it, yeah. The upside downside. 8 years, like 2 years ahead of us. I've been playing Dwarf Fortress for a very, 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 very long time. When I first started playing Dwarf Fortress, there was no up and down. There was only flat. It was like RimWorld. You couldn't go through Z layers. Now you can. This is our fortress. Give everybody a little look. We have a little moat that we made, a little drawbridge. We have a waterfall that comes crashing through the center of our temple to the goddess of beauty and creation, the Lavender, which is just such a fantastic name for a goddess of beauty. It's a bit of a mess. We've decided to build in natural cave-like formations. So most of our roads are like following ore veins that we have dug out. And as you can see, the bedrooms are awful in every way. They're way too big for any dwarf to have, and they all look like a hideous, hideous membrane of cave blobs. Somehow this has gotten me to 200 dwarves. Don't ask me how. Stuck at the moment, she needs glass. Just trade caravans. That's the thing, is like anything you need in this game, you can just ask the trade caravan to show up next year with it. If you desperately need it, if you're willing to pay that like 200%. 200 dwarves all dead to one forgotten beast. Starting a new fortress that's all military. Gonna kill every kingdom I can reach. Nice, nice. We've fought a minotaur. We've fought a couple of squads of goblins, but we haven't hit any forgotten beasts. We're actually in the process of trying to dig now down into the caverns. So at 200 dwarves, I was like, all right, let's start pushing our luck a little bit. Can I import wood and beds? I don't know about beds, but you can absolutely import wood. We had the elves show up and they were like, stop cutting down wood. You're allowed 5 more trees. And I was like, okay, just because I don't want to fight the elves. And then the humans showed up and they had like 200 logs for sale. It was amazing. It was such a burn. I was like, yeah, man, I'll buy all your wood. Not a problem. You guys deal with the elves. Explains why older players mostly play on one floor. Yeah, it's a bit of a holdout. I wanted to play, this is the first fortress we've played with the new Steam release. So I said I wanted to mostly play on one floor. We did everything on one floor to start because I just wanted it to be simple for new players coming in, that they could take a look, they could see what was going on pretty easy and get a sense of it. And now it's just kind of like it's sprawling out a bit. So we've had to, especially with bedrooms, we've had to expand. Love to stay, but I have a headache and gotta go. Rest, take care. All right, I understand. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for trusting your community here with me. I'll take good care of them. I hope you feel better. And I hope you have good luck with the glass. Well, you don't need glass. It can be nice, though. Start on a beach with a volcano, you get glass for days. Do I have a mountain in my tile? Yes, we are like This is the mountain range right here. We're kind of like right on the edge of the mountain. This river kind of flows down and you can see it crushed down right into the middle of our base. We've locked this off, but we had a lot of angry crows. We had all these birds, angry owls and angry crows kept flying into our waterfall and attacking everybody. But the thing is there's so many people in here that like every time someone shows up, they just get absolutely buckled. It's not even the end of 250 year and had no caravans. Oof. That's the thing, like depending on world creation, you can get in a situation where there's no other dwarven civilizations on the map. I've played in worlds where all the dwarven civilizations are basically reduced to about 60 population, and then you can't grow you hit a max pop really early because there's literally no other dwarves left in the world. And any new population you get has to be through childbirth, which makes every death like tragedy. Michelle killed a flying poison breath beast with 5 crossbowmen. Yo, that's awesome. The poison breath is brutal. I'm really worried about our first forgotten monster because depending on what it is, like if we have a flying monster, it's just going to attack through the middle of our city. We have some defensive issues. We have this drawbridge, but we've had to stop fighting on it because, as you can see from all the skeletons down here, our dwarves keep diving off the bridge and then drowning themselves in combat. So we've had some issues. Crazed Redneck, Vers, and Michelle, of course, as well. Lord Lobster, Scapegoat. Thank you guys all for the follow. Welcome to the agency. I already welcomed 2 of you once, but you're welcome again. Elves should get punched no matter what. Have a drink problem? No, we have a order set up so that we just produce drinks automatically. It hasn't been too big of an issue. And because we have the waterfall in our base, also like people come up here to drink whenever they need. They get cleaned by the waterfall and they all get happy because they're like, ooh, a waterfall, how pretty. Rainbow thoughts, rainbow thoughts. Through childbirth, child gets turned. Yeah, I heard that. That was very perfect timing. I mean, lemmings? Crime system does not work. We had a guy steal a ring, got 30 days jail, got out, stole the ring again. We actually have, I think, a serial killer in our fortress. So we've been losing dwarves on the regular to the point that, actually, I can check this. Something has been disappearing named dwarves out of our civilization. So we had a bunch of named characters and they've just gone missing. Yeah, so we're meant to have 214 dwarves. 15 dwarves have vanished out of our colony and we don't know where they went. I suspect we have some sort of serial killer or maybe a vampire somewhere, but we haven't found any bodies. And we don't get notifications that they've gone missing. So something weird is happening. It's like we have some sort of like false hydra that's just like killing people and not telling us. It has been the #1 mystery of our fort is where our dwarves keep going. We do have a trade caravan showing up, which is nice. Put all the Melkitids to the army, they jump into the river. I mean, that could be a good way to get rid of them. So many cats. Yeah, we have a cat problem. I just haven't gotten around to fixing it yet. We'll get there one day. Where is my finished goods? Book bindings. Here's the bronze flask. Rock salt stuff should not be in there. My bins are a mess. Here we go. Muscle shells, muscle shells. We, our #1 export has been crafts made from muscle shells. We do a lot of fishing, obviously, in the waterfall. I guess that can go. And it creates a lot of mussels, which we then sell. I am missing things out of this. Yeah, see, all these... Hold on a moment. I think part of the problem here shell and stone clay. Oh, okay. I guess those are just like full up bins. Ooh, they might just be full up bins. Let's take amulets, bracelets, crowns, figurines, earrings, rings, scepters, toys. Out of here. I'm trying to make it so all of our trade goods get binned together, so that I only have to move like a single bin for these caravans that show up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Doppelgangers, are they in the crime tab? We've had a couple of assaults in the crime tab, but there's no open cases right now. There's a couple of cold disorderly conducts, but we have no idea what they are. Caged. Oh, this guy beat up a bard. That's right. 200 pop cap may be an issue with going over that number. No, we lost these guys like when we had like 40 population, they started disappearing. Yeah, it was really, really early on, so. Pop cap should be 250 if it hasn't changed. To be honest, I'm not entirely certain. We keep getting dwarves, so. First time you set 40 dogs to slaughter, changes to dwarf. Lavish meals, yeah, honestly, I should be. I think I'm making fine meals, but not making lavish stuff. Game just deletes the older people when new ones are born. Twitch on Zeus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. We had over 200 guys, but not a lot. 202, 203. Why would I keep artifacts in the fortress? I get if it's a family heirloom, but why not offer trade caravans? So you can actually assign them to nobles, and it makes them happy. So we have like our baroness has like a crown and a scepter. Our captain of the guards has a unique flask. Our broker is wearing these fancy earrings. Our chief medical dwarf is a bonk stick. Does the justice system help prevent deaths? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. If you're having issues with like, I don't know, if a dwarf keeps like going insane and assaulting people, or like just beating people up because he's in a bad mood, they'll lock him away and they'll teach him a lesson. And if it gets too bad, your hammerer, who is basically your executioner, will deal with them. Mostly though, it's like once you start getting nobles, the nobles start demanding certain things that some of it's impossible to keep, some of it's impossible to do, and so like people will get arrested for that. This is the dwarves. All right, I tell you what I need is ammo. Big time. I can never seem to keep up on ammo. These guys can also give me steel, which I appreciate. And piggy pig iron for my fat little pig belly. I think we're good on seeds. Just in case, though. That should be good. This actually reminds me, I need to check the kitchen for a hot sec. Almonds, vegetables, da-da-da-da-dee-dee-dee. Plump helmets are being brewed. Ratweed. Let's brew that. Dwarven milk, dwarven syrup, I'm fine with. Milk, tallow, milk. Okay, we're good. This is just waiting one more item. Put them on pedestals and people went to look at them. Yeah, actually, so that's in the nobles in our this is our baroness's room. So we actually have exactly that done. We have one of the scepters on display in here. We have like 3 legendary scepters at this point, so one of them I just tossed in display there. I'll probably put some up in the temples later. Like late game when nobles really need them. Yeah, I mean, nobles they're a pain. You got to deal with them. They're hard to keep happy. I mean, you don't have to deal with them. You can put them in a room and fill it with magma if you really want. There's ways to deal with the nobles. Some of them are not always so straightforward. Yeah, install a lever in the noble room that caves in the roof. Exactly. That's a way to deal with the nobles. And yeah, they increase your fort value, which in turn, the higher your value, the more pops you get, the more migrants you get. So all kind of trades off. What do we have? 4,000. Steel, steel, piggy pigs. Piggy, piggy, steel. I think I asked them to bring flux stone, but I don't really need that anymore. I'll buy all your logs. We don't need any clothing or leather. I don't really need meat or fish or plump helmets or cheese. You know what? I guess let's just do that. Oh, wow. We can save a lot of money here. Keep that. Keep that. Wait, I get something out of him here. Let's keep him in the green. This is our mountain home, so I'm happy to like trade back significant value here and make them pleased. Perfect. Very good. Value also attracts fun. True. I built my first water wheel generator last night and it works great. Only problem, I don't know what to use power for. Attach a millstone to it. And you can mash plants into slurry. Or mill plants. You can also put a quern on it. So if you're making... You can make like flour. Just basically, it expands your kitchen options. I'm making it into slurry, and then I'm going to a screw press, and I'm pressing that slurry into paper sheets. And then those paper sheets are going to my library. My really ranky-jank library here. And I assume somebody is writing something here. Honestly, I've made a ton of paper, and it's never shown up here, so I'm assuming that they're just using it right away. I don't entirely know. Okay, the cats is really starting to get out of hand, hey? I think I might have to do something about this. Yeah. Yeah, look how many kittens. Look how many baby kittens we have. Oh, no. Oh, I should just be gelding them. That's what I should be doing. I literally have a guy who is like a legendary gelder. Remember, kids, spay and neuter your cats. Dude, I cannot have this many kitty cats. This is too many kitty cats. The dog, I don't need to spay. Oh god, you didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. Nobody's seeing anything. Nothing is going on here. This is just a regular day of business. This is not what we normally do on the channel. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. There's an influx of meat at the colony. How weird. God, my cats aren't in here to see this. Don't take Fluffle's jewels. Cordair Hatback, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. Also, minecarts. Can you use the water wheels to power minecarts? That'd be neat. I actually don't know that. I don't play a lot with minecarts. When minecarts first got introduced, boy, man, they were like rocket-propelled grenades in your fortress. And the amount of dwarves you would have die due to minecart incidents were insane. Accumulate wealth to summon a dragon. Yeah, you don't really want a dragon to show up. It's very hard to deal with a dragon. Stone pots or urns, whatever the stone equivalent of the barrel is called. Kill them all. How do I get a waterfall like that? It seems your population is very happy because of it. So I actually just happened to, I built on a brook. I built on the brook on an edge of a mountain. And it just happened to have a natural waterfall. I got a little bit lucky. You can make your own waterfall, especially using screw pump stacks. These guys, they're a little bit weird and complicated to make, but there's extremely, extremely good diagrams on the Dwarf Fortress wiki. So if you had an access to water, you could screw pump up a bunch of stuff and then pipe it above your fortress and create an artificial waterfall. I'm probably going to do this in my next fort, to be honest. You can also like redirect a river. Like if you dig deep, we're technically at surface level here, right? Like this is the surface and we just curved in. But if I went down, 20 levels, I could easily dig that river in to make a natural waterfall anywhere in my base. What a title to be legendary at. I know, right? When he showed up, I was like, this is a weird dwarf to have gotten. I don't know how I feel about this guy. What are we doing here? Okay. So interesting. There's an aquifer here on 23. And then there's another one here on 40. I don't entirely understand how this works. This seems really deep. And it's only 4 water. I'm going to do a little exploration this way. I just want to explore. When you played Rimworld for a while, a bit of a kitten murder is not. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Like, it's just another meat source, I guess. Do projectiles move between Z levels? Yes, they do. Yeah. Can I put a ballista in a tower and have it shoot 2 to 3 Z levels below? Yeah. Crossbow? Yes. Ballistas, I'd have to check. It's been a while since I played with siege equipment. They might shoot so fast that having them shoot multiple Z levels is difficult. They might also be fine. But I definitely know your crossbows can. Because like if your hunters or your marks dwarves are out and something is flying above them, they'll pop it out of the air. Good tutorials already. One by Blind is great. Yes, Blind has lots of good videos. He's a fantastic creator. Good guides on pump stacks and water wheel power on YouTube. I believe it. Back in my day, we didn't really have a YouTube. We had to go to the Wikipedia and read guides. How high do you need to pump it for it to be a waterfall? It just needs to fall. I mean, I guess only like 1 level, really. I'd do it a couple more than that just for kicks. Once you figure out how to make a pump stack 1 level, it's no problem to do it 20, 30, 50 levels, whatever. And I imagine the higher it falls, probably the more it spreads. And like you need to make sure like you have floor grates underneath it, and you need to make sure that that reservoir drains somewhere. It can be cyclical. Like you could have a refillable waterfall that feeds into itself. That's kind of ideally the best way to do it. Or have it fill into like your well, and then have your well, if your well like runs off map, for example, then it will just disappear. You can kind of see this if you look at so if you're ever wondering like how to get rid of water, if you go to the edge of the map with a water stream, it will just fall off the map. And this is true underground as well. So if I wanted to drain this, for example, I've dug this big pit, but I could at the bottom of this pit just like dig a path down here and have it fall off the map. And at the end of the map, what you do is you put in a wall grate right at the edge, and that way nothing will spawn there. If you don't, then things have a chance to like spawn in your sewer system, basically. Sneak their way through. Let's take a look at this guy. If I go down at the end of all of these, what happens? 24 is still high enough for an aquifer. Yeah, I think so. It's just weird that it's in like multiple elevations to me. Crossbow, yes, yeah, you can build defensive towers. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Turns to mist at a certain height. Large enough you can deduce that it's an aquifer. Yeah, the mist is what gives happiness, yeah. You know when you make those pump stacks, you can't put stairs right next to them or the upward channel or everyone dies when you turn it on? I mean, whenever I build any kind of like machine stack or floodgate system, I always try to build in a bunch of like contingencies a lot of the time to make sure that like, oh, okay, if this perk glitches out, we can shut it off here instead and like fix the problem in this area. Okay, somebody's coming down to dig this. Back in my day, we went on the game facts. You looked for the biggest ASCII art, and that was the style at the time. I used to wear an onion on my belt. Man, I loved game facts back in the day. I like that it's still around, is the funny thing. Yeah, those old walkthroughs, they hit differently. You could also make a waterfall with a heavy aquifer layer by just digging a pit. Yeah, yeah. Once made one feed into an underground river. Yeah, so that's actually kind of one of the things I'm hoping for. We're trying to breach into the caverns now so that I can... that we can expand and explore a little bit. But B, also so I can like deal with some of the water on the map. Multiple aquifer layers on a map. Well, there we go. That is news to me. I'm sitting here paused this entire time being like, wow, it's really taking them a long time to get down here. Hey, cool. We just became a county. We're no longer a barony. Downside of that is that now she's like, oh, I need a fine dining room and a better tomb and a great mausoleum. And I also need us to not export any hatches. I also need an armor rack, a weapon rack. You need 2 of each. Okay. That's pretty doable. We'll build you another statue as well, just for fun. This is her office up here, right? Yeah. So, while I'm up here, I might as well engrave her entire place. What is this statue of? Thikivi Abbey embraced the sculpted comet, the Etin. It's an Etin. Oh, cool. So this was in like the first year. This colony, this dwarven colony, I guess, the sculpted comet. No, sorry, the point of couples. They allowed an Etin to work in their colony. Cool. Cool as heck. Pastor Jack, Eric, thank you. Queer and Tira Gaming, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. Your city is huge. Metropolis is only a village right now. You're safe. We've gotten pretty big. Oh, here come the noble mandates. Make hatch covers. Our countess is obsessed with hatch covers. She keeps mandating they be made. And then she's like, no, and now don't get rid of them. I love my hatch covers. Weird. So... What? some of this I can go below and some of this I can't, is what I'm seeing here. I mean, let's keep digging down then. So we drew this like cross pattern, and these two have aquifers, but these two are right on the edges of them. You can see like this is damp, but this is not damp at all. Man, it's a big enough hole that we can work with that. I can work around that. Two different biome squares meeting, quite possibly. We are a light aquifer, which is, I'll be honest, new to me. And then the dwarves dug too deep. We have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Well, it is what I was looking for. Oh wow, we came up really in the middle of it, hey? Tower caps, fungi wood. Like there's a big underground lake slash river here. Another big one down here. Where did we pop up? Right here. Alright, well, this is all wet. Weird. Why are all these walls wet? I'm fascinated by this. Where can we get out? Let's do that. All right, we got a plan. And then I think if I can, I'm actually gonna put a floor down here. So I don't really want anything just like flying up. Oh man, I can't wait. Is there non-aesthetic purposes for the layout of your fortress? It looks cool, but I'm wondering if it's more productive or defendable. Nope, nope. I built it based on trying to find and follow natural ore veins, and also just making things look more cave-like. It is in fact very inefficient at the moment. We have a major problem with choke points and pathways. We only have like this one path through, so a lot of our dwarves here are like stuck in a single corridor, and it is trouble. Time for the Balrog. Do elves still get upset about fungi wood? Ooh, that I don't know. I wouldn't think so, because that's kind of like the realm of the dwarves, right? Not the elves. That's a good question. Does fungus count as a wood? We better... I'm also just realizing, get a hotkey down here. So that we're not having to do this a million times. Have I lost this? Where am I gone? Oop. Get rid of all these.
Oh, you bet they will. They're elves off, they'll be upset about it even if they never see it normally. Then they complain about being put down there.
I mean, elves do love getting upset. You're not wrong. So this is going to be called Cavern. This is Fort, and this is Moat, I believe. Yeah, I got them a little bit backwards, but that's fine. If you wanted to fish and fort, one to think about is be a cylindrical shape. You need a staircase anyway, so just build small circles on every Z level so they don't have to walk far. Here's the thing, is like, you don't really need to min-max your fort efficiency. Like, this isn't a game where you're like, oh, okay, if they take 20 steps instead of 18 steps, then it means they're going to go for a drink too early, which means like your dwarves are just going to go get like drunk and listen to stories at the tavern whenever they feel like it. Our guys spend more time in the temple than they do most other things, you know? Half these guys are either in the bar listening to stories or at the temple praying. Almost nobody does work in my place. Now that's for a multitude of reasons, most of which are my own fault, but it is the cold hard facts. How many of these do we have? Quite a few. Can I put like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I've already run out. Well, that's fine. I have a couple of chests to put down as well. I think I really just need one chest and one cabinet in each of these dorms, but I figure I got all these guys living in this terrible, terrible setup. I might as well make it a little bit nicer for them. And you have two, you have two, you have two. We'll keep the extra. That's all the dorms set up, at least. Started playing this game 2 days ago. In a current moment, I can maintain food, drink, and I'm dabbling while making cool tools and stuff, but I'm struggling to understand what to plan for and what the personal goals to set. Here's the thing. The game will throw whatever your goals are out the window. Like, eventually, you'll just get hit with something that you aren't prepared to deal with, and that'll be the end of your fort. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't really care about your feelings or your plans or your goals. Sometimes you'll have fortresses that last 30 years, and sometimes you'll have fortresses that last 3 months before it just throws something at you that's unreasonable. Mega projects is one of the big things. So like deciding you want to make a really cool big thing, like maybe like a massive temple, or like you could build a statue out of rock blocks on the surface, you know, that looks a certain way, and you could engrave every part of it with, you know, stories of dwarves killing elves or something like that. I think one of the, like, arguably one of the, like, ultimate goals. That's not wet. We can dig there. Oh, I see what happened. We built that floor, and it deleted my staircase. Do they still have this as a problem? I can't. All right, no, that's fine. There's a way. There's a way around this. We just build a set of stairs there. We just build a set of stairs there. There we go. One of the big things is just dig too deep. You'll find, if you go deep enough, you'll find the answer as to what your goal is. I won't ruin it for you. Min-maxing movement's kind of a big deal in RimWorld. I mean, yes and no. It depends on the difficulty you play at. I'll tell you, I don't min-max movement in RimWorld, and I still play like on the hardest settings. Dwarf Fortress is Factorio for people who don't care if the factory runs or not. Used to design for max efficiency, maybe get bored of the game. It's Steam release, especially when it comes to labors, I'm micromanaging a lot less. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the things they did here with this makes it much easier to handle labor. Like, you don't need Dwarf Therapist to play the game
Well,
anymore.
the goal will find you if you know what you mean.
Exactly. Like, they've made it that you don't need to assign someone to be an engraver, for example. You know, you don't need to assign someone to be a potter. You know, maybe you don't have anybody who's good at making tailoring. So it'll just, the way it kind of works is it will randomly assign who gets that tailoring job, but it will always pick from whoever like the best tailor is first. So if you don't have anyone who's good at tailoring, it will randomly grab people that are free with no jobs until, like, it'll go down the list and it'll be like, okay, well, we're not going to take your miner because he's mining. We're not going to take your farmer because he's farming. We're not going to take your blacksmith because he's blacksmithing. But this guy's not doing anything, so we'll give him the tailoring job. And then eventually he'll become a dabbling tailor. And then when it goes, the next time it's like, we need a tailor to do a job, it'll go to the list and it'll say, who do we have? Well, we have a dabbling tailor, and then we have everyone else who's untrained. We'll always ask the dabbling tailor first, and then we'll ask the untrained people. So it always takes your most trained dwarf first and asks them. And if they're busy, it goes down the chart. So the way it kind of works is like, if you don't have a tailor, it'll pick one for you, and then he'll become more likely to be your tailor in the future, which means he'll level up more. And also, like, you don't need, with arguably the exception being armor smithing and weapon smithing, you don't actually need people to be legendary in any job, you know? So this is wet. Really? Well, what if I dug this way? I'm really having to finagle around these water layers here. Let's see if we go this way. Can't build on the constructed floor. Uh-huh. Oh, okay. I see. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. It's okay. I just needed that floor to plug this hole more than anything else. So if we go over one, it's not really the end of the world. Here we go. Now this should work. He hopes. God damn it. What is this map? What if I go here? Mr. Dorman, thank you for the gift sub to Wishwise, by the way. Much appreciated, dude. How are you doing today? I miss specific things from therapists, like being able to find dwarves with specific skills, like teacher. Yeah, I do miss that. Yeah, so you don't need to job micro as much. Honestly, as I said, the only ones I set up are armor smithing and weapon smithing. And yeah, that's only because I have a couple legendaries. And even so, you could see, like, I have a skilled weaponsmith here, also selected, just because I'm like, well, these guys might be busy. And if they are, it's not a big deal. I am struggling with this. What if... You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with a plan B here. I'm actually gonna dig this back out, and then I'm gonna say construct staircase. Okay, I have to wait till they dig it first. I'm just gonna build a staircase down and hope that it works. Actually, not certain this will, but we'll give it a shot. You have exact same labor details as me. I only have created custom jobs for weaponsmithing and armor smithing. Yeah, because it's the only one that, like, really the quality is like a little bit more important for those guys. Maybe you could say that with a leather worker too, if you have a lot of leather armor. Which we kind of do, but it's nothing too wild as of yet. All right, will this work? Goddamn. Trying to build out of stuff I don't have enough of. Doop, 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 doop. You know what? Let's just go rock salt. We have so much of that. Yeah, that should work. If that's the case, let's get rid of all this and this. This is gonna be a mess. Our clothier shop has been taken over. I need bones. I need logs. I need bones. I need yarn cloth. Uh-oh. Canned hides, metal bars. You've got that. You've got that. You need bones. You have that. They need yarn cloth. If I spin threads, that might work. Breakdown of which tasks are in default job categories. Which tasks are in default job categories? I mean, these are just single tasks, right? Like, this is just mine, woodcut, hunt, plant, fish. Like, this is just fish. This isn't fish dissection. It's just fish. Wow, we have a lot of legendary fishers. If you punch through and replace the cave walls with crafted walls or smooth, you can prevent water from getting in. But you can't build when the water's already there is the problem. You could, like, bail it out and bucket it somewhere, but... This game looks wild. It is, dude. It is the ultimate medieval story, fantasy story generator. Redesignate a damp stone and prepare to build. Damp stones don't prevent mining. You just need to mine twice. The water flooding in from behind will, yeah. Is farming planting or gathering? It's planting. Plant gathering is gathering. Smooth the walls and floors. It won't leak too fast unless it's a heavy aquifer. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Ooh, that's a clever trick. Do you have any advice on how to set up a proper pigtail farm? I mean, you can just, like, our farms are way too big. We have 2 farm plots here. But you can just set up pigtails and then set up a task, set up a work order to process plants. You know, say, like, process plants, do this little command, and then say, like, if unrottable process plants is greater than 10, process. Bada bing. You got yourself a pigtail farm. That's how you dug through your aquifer, just with using engraving? How big do rooms need to be for a cave-in? Only like a single tile. Well, I guess like 3 by 3. And then like the single tile in the center can fall down. How many heads do I need to have for being able to learn this game? Not that many. It doesn't take too long. And there's so much. There's 20 years of like wiki articles written, right? And it still all applies, so. Okay, guys, you got to give me 2 minutes because I honestly really need to pee and refill my coffee. The coffee waits no man. Start mass producing their needs. Do you need to mass produce crafts, trinkets, etc.? I mean, always mass producing crafts very early on is a good idea. Depending on what you have access to. I mean, I gotta be honest, no matter what you have access to, you either have access to like fishing shells, bones from hunting, bones, skulls, teeth, horns from hunting, rocks from digging, or trees from being on surface. You can make crafts out of any of these, and just building crafts is enough to buy out basically everything you could possibly need from a trade caravan. We have humans and dwarves trading with us, and like, we are constantly stockpiled because of trade caravans. And pretty much all we do is sell muscle, sell shell crafts. Lately, we sell some other things as well. Rock crafts. Like, I don't have access. I haven't. our farm hasn't been very good for a very long time. You know, we're 8 years in. I would say this farm started in year 7. But we've had like a constant supply of cloth and leathers down here just because I've traded for them. We haven't needed to have our own. Right, this guy needs, what does he need? He might just need bones, to be honest. Yarn cloth. I mean, he's got wool cloth. Ooh, it could be bones. It's probably bones. The Countess has more demands. She wants splints. That's an easy one. Craft something and acquire object come up very often. Yeah, so you're always kind of... It's always recommended that you have a craft shop that just like you have make crafts enabled, and that you don't have this specified to be like to any specific dwarf. As long as it's free and open, chances are if a dwarf really needs to craft something, if he has that need to craft, he'll sneak in here when he gets a moment, he'll make a couple of trinkets, and then he'll leave. And that will appease that need. Not always, but a lot of the time. Where are we here? Completely lost. Okay, we're on this staircase. Getting there. So you can have a cave-in with a room as small as 3x3, but what happens when you should be worried about that happening? Is it just random that it happens? Oh, okay. So, sorry, I thought you were asking, how do you create cave-ins? You won't just have a natural cave-in. Like, you don't need to worry when digging that things will just collapse. I would say pretty much ever. I can't think of a situation where you would really cause that. Because typically things are connected, like even these pillars, right? Like if you were to dig out this bottom layer, I guess this bottom layer, this wouldn't collapse because it's also attached up here to the roof. But if you dug this out, if you mined this out, and then you mined out that bottom layer, the moment you mine the last supporting piece, it'll collapse. And it's been a while, but I'm pretty sure one supporting piece can support like an unlimited amount of weight. They've probably changed that, to be honest. It's probably something like a 15 by 15. Something huge. I would check the wiki for reference. I was thinking if you were trying to like if you have like an aquifer that you're trying to burst through, for example, like you can basically dig out a big square block like this, and then dig out underneath it, build a couple of pillars underneath that you attach to levers, and then like you have a rock attached on pillars that you pull the levers, it collapses, and it causes a cave-in. It's a good way to break through water layers. Check what he's already brought to the workshop for the clothier. Yeah. Well, he's got all this, right? So, but the thing is like if I only have 10 bones in stock and he needs 20 bones, he'll still say, I want bones. I think wool cloth counts as yarn cloth. I'm certainly hoping that's the case. I mean, we shouldn't have any... Yeah, we have no shortage of cloth. It's almost certainly bones. And there's not really a lot to hunt in our territory is one of our big problems. How are we on? You know what? Let's go. We haven't done this in a while. Copper bolts. I'm actually going to make 20 copper bolts. That job's for the nobles. Missing wood? No. No, we've loads of wood. Buckets of wood. Buckets made of wood. Build a pillar support connected to a lever. Yeah, if you're trying to cause a cave-in, that's typically the best way to do it. Build a support pillar, connect it to a lever, and then like you can dig out the giant boulder you want to drop, and then pull that lever when you're ready and all of your dwarves are nowhere near it. You get a little controlled demolition. I'm pretty sure in the wiki this is actually called breaching an aquifer, is like the title page. Trees are a little different. When I used to play DF, trees didn't look like this. They were just like one thing tall. But now it's like if you cut down a tree, all these pieces around it will fall. So like, I'll be honest, I can't cut this tree down. If I do, whoever cuts it down will take a log to the head. This one, I could. In theory, he could stand on the corners. And your dwarves will typically stand in a way that they won't get bonked. So if I wanted to cut this tree down, what I would actually have to do is I would have to like build a staircase to get up to these higher layers, and I would have to prune the branches on these higher layers first, have those fall so that they could safely do the lower levels. It's a lot of effort to chop a tree down. Like, just pick a different tree. Or be like me and just have 200 dwarves, and then you don't care about who dies. We had a guy actually chop a tree down right here. It bonked him on the head and knocked him into the river. He fell unconscious because the tree knocked him over the head, and then he fell into the river and drowned. And then he came back as a ghost and started haunting the hell out of the forest. Elves live in trees, chop them down. It's not bad advice. Okay, one more staircase left to build. So unfortunately, I think that guy's gonna go crazy. And there's not really anything I can do about it. Oh no! This is my high priest. Oh no. We don't have anything on the map we could hunt, do we? I mean, we could just kill something. I have a lot of alpacas for some reason. That's neat. When they're gelded, they get little X's around their gender symbol. Monkeys, ganders, kittens, bulls. Yeah, you know what? Let's kill an alpaca. Oh, neat. You can make them available as pets. This is the other thing I haven't been doing, is like, if you have dogs, you can actually train them to be war dogs. And hunting dogs. I don't think I even have a dog trainer right now. Domesticated. I've been thinking about that a little bit lately. Just the fact that we don't have, I don't even know what they fall under. Animal farming? Military? Did they take this out? They might have actually taken this out. There used to be a workshop that was like an animal training workshop. And now obviously I'm curious if it still exists. Everyone gets a cat. Yeah, we could assign a lot of those cats, to be honest. You're not wrong on that. Uninterested in an owner. Oh, well. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess they just pick their owners. Dog sounds a bit soft to stand with an armored dwarf. Is there dog armor? No, I don't think so. Dogs are vicious, though. They can be pretty vicious. Noble administrators can't do other work. Is that true for all of them? They can do some work. Hey, look at that. Look at that. That's exactly what happened. That alpaca just got slain. Here's the guy right now hauling stray alpaca bone. Here he goes again. What does he want? Rocks, maybe? Almond wood logs. Love that cats have domesticated somebody. Animal training's a zone. Oh. I thought I saw it somewhere. That makes more sense. It used to be this huge building, this huge like 5x5 building. You gotta be kidding me, man. You're still not happy? Logs, bones, cloth, rock, bones, hide. You have access to all of these things in plentiful material. Shoot. We haven't finished this petition either. Oh, we're so close. Uh-oh.
Ogres, my lord.
Ogres, my lord. Side battle wishes to reside in Growlstakes for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Yo. Yo. Hold up. Got distracted by my reread my question. Got distracted by cats. I get distracted with cats. Is it true for all the nobles and administrators that they can't do other work? I believe so. Yeah. Like the nobles that you start getting into your colony over time don't do anything.
Fellow Dowie!
There's some appropriate sound effects. You got 4 hangry guys. What did you do to them? The angry guys they've been like fisher dwarves that have been upset for a long time. One of them was being haunted by a ghost for a very long period. I don't know why they're so He wants more bones. I think he wants more bones as well. Another yak for the blood god. Vampire confirmed. Nobles are for pulling levers. I mean, that's not wrong. Vampires are also for pulling levers. Let's take this guy because I don't know who he is, but obviously this sounds like a badass. His name was Eno? Yeah, there's like nobody on the map. There's a wild goat. I could just like send my mercs dwarfs out here. Let's just real talk though. I don't want to lose my dude. Female, male. We got a lot of. Where are you gelded? I'm just gonna slaughter another alpaca there. Out of combat speed increase mod for Rimworld, fantastic. He wants to hunt my vampire? I hope yes. Brian Eno? Was that his name? Brian? Where does he show up? Is what I'm very, very curious about. Will he show up over time? I mean, I'm happy to have somebody come in here and eradicate some monsters. Got no beef with that. All right, Countess Guff. You want more splints? Again. Hospital not suitable enough for her. Ever. Stairs are done. All right. Let's grab the boys. I'm going to send anybody down here. It's going to be the good dwarves. You caught the vampire. We have not caught the vampire. We still don't know what's killing dwarves, but we know that they've killed 15. Can the militia leader not perform work either? I ask because you can't put them in squads. The militia commander? Yeah. Our militia commander is literally leading our first squad. You have to just make a squad around him. And the captain of the guards, like this is the captain of the guard right here. He is also leading a squad. Grandmaster Spear Dwarf, legendary fighter. Legendary Axe Dwarf. We have an adept marksman leading our crossbow squad because they never train because I can't seem to get that figured out. And then we have the new rookie squad here. It's really, really bad at everything. What's this guy doing? Picking up equipment. He's grabbing all of his armor and then going to work. It's kind of interesting because he is meant to have that equipment on him at all times. But I'm not going to be too picky. Grabbing provisions. Look, this guy is like suiting up to go down into the caves. All my dwarfs getting ready to explore. Is a visitor. Check on the others tab. He hasn't shown up, so he's not on the visitor tab right now. Those sound alerts are so loud. I gotta be honest, those sound alerts are almost never used. But apologies. Apologies. Alright, down we go. Doctors do other work that generally don't want them to. Is there any way to just go spelunking? Yeah, I mean, you can dig straight to the, you can dig straight down here right away. Alright, we got a squad. Let's explore. So this looks like it's a lot of underground lake, which is great. I would like these guys to maybe check out up here. See what kind of horrors we find down here. Do dwarves move slower when they run into each other in small corridors? Yes. Yeah. They'll take like an extra turn to trade spaces. Which is why our place is not super well set up right now. Does the generation keep going? That's what I'm asking. Oh. So, okay. There is a mode that's not in the Steam release yet, but is in the classic release, called adventure mode, where instead of playing as a fortress, you actually play as like a single dwarf or a squad of dwarves or humans or were monsters or whatever the hell you want, to be honest. And you can explore the whole world, like tile by tile, as much as you want. So if you really want like a spelunking thing, that's kind of the best way to do that. All right, let's pop over here. What's really interesting is I'm not seeing any real like threats down here. He says that as if he doesn't curse himself with that very knowledge. This could be a peaceful little area. This is edge of the map. Okay, so there's a lot of things that could come through. Let's not make any mistake on that. We haven't really been able to explore over here, so let's see if we can get our guys this way.
There are Skaven present. Bring the iron drakes.
Sadly, no flamethrowers. Oh, no, the TTS is doing it again. Here's an interesting thing I'm seeing all over the place here. Cave spider silk webs. Kitty cat, what are you doing down here? There's no place for a kitty cat to be. Interesting that water is showing on all these webs. All of these fungi wood are covered in spider webs. Obviously has me a little bit nervous.
Some of my favorite art is from the fauna down here. From
No. It's getting weird. Sorry, I had a question about armor.
Do it again, TTS.
Oh, thank God. I'm curious as I've not been able to find a definitive answer. Is it possible to layer clothing with armor, such as socks with boots, a helmet, and a hat, gloves, and gauntlets? According to a few old forum posts, it is, but I've had no luck. Only layering up accomplishes chainmail and breastplate. Yes, it is. So we actually do have, on some of our guys, we have this kind of armor layering. I'll give me a sec. I'll show you, and I can discuss this in a bit more detail because I had a lot of problems with this right at the top. It does look like our guy has managed to get it out of the bones here. A sheep wool chouse, which they've claimed as a family heirloom. Let me just quickly take a look at this, and I'll answer that in more detail. Omashin, it's a pair of socks. This is a sheep wool sock. All Craftsdwarf is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion hematite cabochons, decorated with alpaca bone and encircled with bands of alpaca wool, sea otter leather, and almond wood. It is made from sheep wool cloth. The object menaces with spikes of sheep wool and alpaca bone. On the item is an image of Meng Tinleaf the dwarf in wolverine bone. On the item is an image of diamonds in bronze. That's quite the sock. That's quite the legendary sock. So what's super amazing about this is now this guy who leads one of my temples is a legendary clothier as well, which we didn't have. Okay, so the equipment question. So you can see here I've got a bunch of different layers done. I've actually got uniform replaces clothing selected, as well as partial matches okay. I'm out of socks, apparently. But we have trousers with leather leggings over them and iron greaves over that. So that's a layering. We have a tunic with a mail shirt and an iron breastplate over that. I have gloves with gauntlets underneath it, socks with high boots. You just have to individually add the different layers of stuff. And then you need to have a lot of it. Because all of these things, gloves, socks, trousers, tunics, this is what I've mostly been out of. And you can even see, like, this guy's trousers is double ripped. The tunic ripped. The leather glove ripped. This kind of clothing deteriorates over time. And it needs to be constantly replaced. And despite, you know, my military is 40 dwarves, my population is 200. So while I want this guy to have socks, if I make socks, there's a good chance that one of the other 160 dwarves might just claim it. Sock. 30. Trousers. 30. The amount of time I have lined up these cloth trousers to be made is actually like a heck of a lot. Tunic. 30. Again, I have 200. I actually should have a standing order to make those constantly. But the problem is that I don't really have a constant supply of those goods yet. So I am limited a little bit. Winter is upon us. Giant cave spiders, very fun creatures, not dangerous at all. Well, okay, so speaking of not having a way to produce cloth, if you can capture giant cave spiders in cages, you can then do things like set up rooms with full of spiders that you like drop goblins in. But say I had this room full of spiders and it was like completely closed off, and this is an embrasure here, or a fortification, I guess they're called. Every time a spider saw somebody on the other side of this, they would spit web at them. They couldn't get them, they couldn't get to them, they couldn't bite them, but they would spit web at them. So I could have a place to constantly generate silk here, which is a way of getting around the, you know, how do I have a fabric industry? It's a very dwarven answer. Yeah. Oh. Whoa. You know what? These are only snatchers. I'm gonna let the newbies try to deal with them. Ooh, also we have some bags out here I didn't realize. Okay, kill, kill, kill. So snatchers typically go for children. Here come my dwarves. Oh no, it's gonna happen again. They're gonna fight near the bridge. This guy might get hit. Gibbed. Absolutely gibbed him. Snatchers, you know, not really a big threat, the snatchers. Those other two might have seen my army coming and already ran. Fox, hello. Welcome. Ooh, also like loads of crossbow bolts up here. We're just dealing with some goblins right at the moment. Don't mind us. Are they still around? Nah, man, they've already ran. So we can clear that squad's duty. And we can go back to our cave spelunking squad. Who has explored a lot of the map. I'm just realizing they don't know how to get where I've told them to go. But if I put them here, they might figure it out. Fox, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you're doing well today. How's your cyberpunk been? And Sodium Fries, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Returning player, I don't know if I understand the profession system. Is it only custom professions now? The labor system? So this just allows you to set specific things to say like, oh, I only want people to do this, and I only want people to do this. It also is generated in a way that you don't need to worry about this so much. But if, for example, you need to do some mining and your miners aren't doing anything, you can go into here, have your guys who are selected to mining, and be like, okay, now you only mine. Or if you're having a problem where, like, it's summertime and all of a sudden all of your dwarves flock to the surface to harvest every single fruit tree they can find, and you have like 50 dwarves on the surface, you could be like, you know what? I only want the plant gatherers to do this. These are the only dwarves I want to be on the surface gathering stuff. Or you can just have everybody do it. You know, maybe you want people smoothing all the stone available, but you only want your engravers, your good engravers, to actually be doing the artwork. It just gives you a bit more flexibility with some of that stuff. Cyberpunk crashed so hard today, temporarily stopped your Elgato output. Oh my god. That's good cyberpunking. We gotta move these guys down here. These poor dwarves, I've had in these caves for days. They've in fact been in these caves for so long now that they're all trying to go home and eat, which I think is fine. If I can be honest, I think it's fine because we haven't run into any threats down here. What's really confused me is just about how much of this stone is wet. I didn't expect this cave to be so damp and dank. It is problematically dank. Let's go down here for a second. I'm just trying to explore as much of these edge pieces as I possibly can. The caves kind of explore based on vision. So until you have guys down here, it's really hard to see where the edges of the map are. Okay, I gotta be honest. I think they can go home. We have a look at what the cave is all about. wondering if I can drain this pit. You know... Okay, once all of our dwarves are out of here, I'm going to breach this wall. And I'm going to drain the moat down into that cavern. And then we can fix up the problems in the moat. Best part and biggest part with the learning curve of this game is how many questions I have that I haven't even touched yet. Yeah, absolutely. It's cool how much there is to learn, but I have to like prioritize what I want to try and learn. I mean, I've always kind of been of the opinion that it's like you figure out little bits at a time, and what kills one fortress is what makes your next fortress stronger. You know? If you accidentally flood your fortress and kill everybody from the water, then I bet your next fortress is going to have a really sick water resource management system, and you're not going to have to worry about water at all. If you get attacked by a bunch of goblins because your military isn't ready, and they just come in and butcher everybody, then I guarantee you, your next place is going to have like a super really good military that you've prioritized right off the hop. And that ends up kind of becoming part of it all, right? Some mechanics are so simple while some are not. Yeah. No, except thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. Can't get GOG Galaxy to work, so I had to pirate a game I own just so I could play it. I mean, here's the thing. Dwarf Fortress is free. Right? Like the classic version, you can just get online. It's no problem. It's still a free game. If you want to pay, though, you can. And I will say, I think the improvements in this version are like quite nice. I'm a very big fan of them. Okay, I made 6. Where did we make these statues for? Oh, this was for up here. Yeah. Oh, 100%. That's what these statues were for. We do need to make a few more statues. I guess I'll do it as a job. Maybe 5. Yeah. We need to get this Farmers Guild Hall up another like 400 points. Otherwise, they're gonna be cranky. Steamroll, my entire first cave layer was flooded. Yeah, yeah. Compulsive learner, so I want to preemptively learn things before I need to. I understand. I very much understand. But the game does lean yourself. Like, I mean, we're like 3-4 days into this fort, and I'm already planning the next fort in my mind, right? You learn things with every one you do, and it becomes a little bit nicer. First, you need the basics: food, drink, trading. Then counterparty with fun during that. You can focus on mega projects later. Yeah. Keep failing and fixing what breaks is such a way of a dwarf. I mean, it's the whole like losing is fun motto, right? People often ask me like, what's the goal of the game? You know, how do you win? And I'm like, well, you lose. That's the goal. The goal is for your fortress to fall into ruin. And it's to create an interesting story, another legend for your world to inhabit. It's the real truth. Oh, talking about Cyberpunk on GOG. Yes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I heard apparently like the Witcher 3 remake came out this morning, and apparently it is so badly optimized that like people can't stop it from stuttering. Like ray tracing does not work at all on it. It's just completely glitching out the whole system. Boy, that's a lot of kitten skulls. All that alpaca meat rotted. Can we do anything with those skulls? Great question.
What a fall from grace.
What a good question. I can do stuff with bones, but I don't really like to. Horn, ivory, leather, pearls, totems. Does anyone know if there's anything I can do with skulls? Just clogging up the workshop right now. Witcher 3 remake not doing too hot. Crashing a dashboard on consoles too. Ooh. It looks gorgeous. It's really funny. I saw the pictures of the comparison of the Witcher 3 and then the Witcher 3 remake. And I look at the remake and I think like,
Skull
oh,
for the skull Fran.
that's what I thought it looked like. Like, when I played The Witcher 3, it just was the remake graphically in my head. A lot of skulls for the Skull Throne. You're not wrong. Whole lot of memory lakes. Totems consume skull parks. Well, totems it is. You know what? Why don't we do like a... Oh, I just canceled the job by accident. Might as well do like 10 totems. A wrestler is throwing a tantrum. Blue Lemon. Why is he having a tantrum? God damn, man. All of our guys are so good. Like, most of the people in my barracks are just extremely high level. I still can't seem to get rid of this problem, which is my archery range. Nobody ever seems to want to use my archery range. We were talking about this the other day. Because there used to be a thing in military. Crossbows in here. Individual choice of ranged. There used to be a thing in military where we used to be able to say, like, certain types of bolts are used for training, certain types of bolts are used for hunting, certain types of bolts are used for combat. I gotta be honest, I don't think that's the way things are anymore. What happened to you, administrator? Seriously injured. What happened to you? Brought to rest. Oh, I bet the guy who caused the tantrum beat the tar out of this dude. The glazes of taming. Oh, this is one of my guards. He is not very good. He's a striker, so he uses a... No, he's a lasher. He uses a whip. Here we go. Cleaned with Wolverine soap. We are making soap again, which is nice to see. We're going to have to look at the crime panel and see what happened here. Oh, yeah, here we go. The administrator, not a kidnapper, is fighting. He is fighting with the wrestler. Punches her, bruises her, collapses her foot. Rips open her artery. Wow, who was this wrestler? Blue Lemon. Did you also attack Willy Wonka? Yeah, but not successfully. Is Blue Lemon still alive? Because he obviously beat the tar out of this dude. Here's Willy Wonka. Yeah, there we go. He's in archery practice. Here we go. I was just complaining that nobody ever uses the archery practice, and here he is out here practicing archery. He's in a bad mood because he wants to acquire an object and eat a good meal. He's also wearing mostly destroyed clothing, which could be part of why he's upset. A dabbling Marksdwarf. I think he has a couple of crimes that have been reported against him. Did I specify bolts in the uniform? I think that's what you need to do. Dwarves using metal bolts in trading is in the bug reports. Okay, there you go. That's it then. That's it. Absolutely it. Ray Britt, Hyper Hopper, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. I mean, I don't think I really need to interrogate anybody here, but sure. This guy has a ton of witnesses against him, in accordance with 5 different crimes. So we'll have the guards come by and have a conversation. Oh yeah, what I wanted to see is, was he wounded at all? I love that he just absolutely ripped this dude apart. Compound fracture of upper arm repaired. Compound fracture of left foot repaired. This is great. This is really good training for my doctors. And it's one of my guards, so like, you know, a cab. Nobles have nothing but 15 cloaks on was a fun time in DF. I mean, part of the joy of this game has always been like playing during the various bug phases and how messy things get during different bug reports. When I first started playing, one of the most common bugs was that whenever your dwarves would go to drink in a river, the carp, the fish, would grab your dwarves by the lips and pull them into the river and drown them. So it became super, super, super dangerous to let your dwarves drink from rivers. So you had to get a well and you had to get like booze manufacturing up immediately. The carp stands up. Additions. Bison Flag Drill wishes to reside in Growlstakes for the purpose of eradicating monsters. Again, who is that? This is a human pikeman who looks like he just showed up, but his name is not Bison Flag Drills, nor did that other guy show up, as far as I can tell. This could be him. Yeah, look. Oh, Monster Slayer. We have a human mace man. A competent mace man, novice shield. Man, if this guy runs into a monster, he is not going to have a good time. So he's trying to figure out who the monster is here. And we know we have a monster somewhere in our base, but we don't know what it is. Pigtail sutures on the head, lammable sutures on the hand, shoulder, and ankle. Left ankle set, left foot set, left hand set. Ah, he's almost patched up. He can't stand or grab anything. But it looks like this should all heal. Oh, his chin whiskers have been torn apart. I'm glad to see that my doctor's office is actually working. Lots of cloth, lots of thread, lots of splints, crunches, powder, buckets. We're still a bit low on soap. That's because we don't have any oil or lye containing items. know that we have an answer to that, to be completely honest. Legendary crutch walker. Alright, well, this guy has confessed to every single one of these. Injured party, stray cat. He's gonna spend a lot of time in the pit. Pressing rock nuts made oil? Liquid from fruit, liquid from non-pressed oil-bearing glob. You're right. Oh, do rock nuts have to be done on the surface, though? Or do I just not have... Where do rock nuts grow right now? What happened? Oh, he died! Wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What was his sentence? Death? He's on the table here with the guard that he put in. Oh, here we go. It was the captain of the guard. Punches him in the head. Yo, what a punishment. I think the punishment was literally that he killed him. Dude, the captain of the guard just walked up to this guy, punched him in the head with his right hand, and like basically broke his spine. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's literally what happened. He punched him in the head so hard, he stunned him and broke his spine. Or like bruised his spine. So he dropped all of his equipment and I guess was stunned. And then he just jumped on top of him and started pummeling him. And biting him. Wow, until he killed him. Sheesh. Fun addition, last I played DF, those features were implemented around 2015 or so, so it's been a while. Yeah. We have more. I mean, I'm happy to let all these monster hunters in here. Get rid of the monsters. I guess this squad needs a new dwarf. What squad was he part of? He was a merc dwarf. Yeah. I'm sure we have tons of people. Do any of them have any levels of Mark's Dwarf? This guy is a novice and a fish dissector. He can join. Law and Order Special Dawi unit. Rocknut's a side thing from quarry bushes.
He was guilty of life. His sentence was death.
Oh, that tracks. He paid a heavy toll. A little bauxite, a little granite, a bit of borax. Ooh, I like that this is just a statue of a cat, clearly. So the quarry bushes just get processed. At least they're meant to. No animals to share, no plants to process. Alright, well. C'est la vie. That's it. No choices. Still no writing material. I just have to assume that they are using it. Okay, so they're making rope reed slurry into paper sheets. I want to see what happens to the paper sheets when they're done. It's been entertaining and educational time. I'm going to try to sleep again. Have a good one. Hatback, take it easy, my dude. Rest well. Can you please tell me how to sustain seeds? Yes. This is a very foolish thing. Under labor, under kitchen. Go through this and make sure that things like plump helmets are not being cooked. That they are only being brewed. If things are brewed, they will produce seeds. If they are cooked, the seeds will disappear. Quarry bush leaves, same deal. All this other stuff is good. Then you have to go to the seeds page and make sure things like plump helmet spawn are not being cooked. Because otherwise they will just cook your seeds and make food out of them. And then ideally, you might as well take your drinks and make sure that they're not being cooked as well. Everything else is pretty much, you know, good to go. Ooh, tallow. I don't want that being cooked. Because tallow equals soap. Or at least it should. Yeah. So a couple other things. If you process plants, this will also produce seeds. And if you mash or mill plants, this will also produce seeds. Basically, as long as you don't cook them, it'll make seeds. So you do that, you make sure they're not cooking the item, they're not cooking the seed. You're just brewing them and processing them, and then you will generate more seeds than you use. Eventually your farms will fill up. Quarry bush seeds are rock nuts. All right, okay. So should I be milling them then? Oh, we have a crazy amount of slurry out here. So, like, surely somebody must be... I see people coming in here and using this screw press. But I feel like this slurry is not becoming paper. Keep in mind you can cook wine after you've brewed it. Oh yeah, no, here we go, here we go. Rope reed paper sheets. Someone will definitely come along and steal these. Here they go. This small child is storing them in a bin. In here. And now is playing make-believe. So this bin... Hi, library. How do I get writing material in here? You have 2 chests. You have bookcases, tables, chairs. You have book bindings. What am I missing to make you actually do your jobs? Game is very complex, and I just started. Got like 1,000 hours on RimWorld, but this seems more in depth. It is. It is definitely more in depth than RimWorld. But if you play like, I don't know, if you have 1,000 hours in RimWorld, you probably have all the DLCs and a bunch of mods, and then like, it's not that complicated. It's just different silos. Book bindings or scroll rollers. Rock nests into paste, into oil at the press, into tallow substitute. We've done a heavily themed fortress, maybe a certain mega project, perhaps a fortress focusing on specific trade goods, even a vampire village. I have not on stream, not with like the new one on stream, but I've done. Ah, man, I don't know. I've done 15 years of playing. I've made a lot of different fortresses. I've done a couple big dumb mega projects. I did like an all glass fortress. I guess that's probably the biggest mega project I did. Was like starting on a volcano on a beach. I basically made an infinite amount of glass from sand and volcano and just built a giant like glass citadel out on the ocean. That's easily the most complicated thing I've ever done. Is there any comprehensive guide on what I need to know? I watched like 4 different videos, but there's so many things. Not really. I mean, part of it is like you'd learn. The DF wiki is very, very good. Blind IRL. I think he's just Blind on YouTube, but he's another like fantastic streamer. Covers a lot of Dwarf Fortress stuff. Has a lot of very good guides that are quite short as well. Like, you know, like 4-minute basic guides. I've been picking up a couple of things this weekend, just going over some of his and being like, oh, what's different? What's new? What's changed? I need an ink and a choir. So this is like, libraries are brand new to me. They were not in the game when I played last. What did you call it? A choir? Where do you even make this? Quern? This is new, so I just want to know. Craft workshop? Clay pottery shop? Kiln? Where do you make a choir? What is a choir? I've never heard this word before. Quern? No, I mean, when you said choir, I think that just showed up. Yeah, choir. Amount of choirs is less than 10. Amount of sheets is greater than 10. I also just realized I don't have a loom, and I think I'm out of cloth. No. But I'm not far off. Choir is a group of 4 paper. Paper and books weren't a thing. Yeah, they weren't the last time I played either. Sugar, flour, slurries. So the quern and the millstone are the same. It's just that the millstone is attached to a water wheel. The quern is like manual. Ooh, a vermin catcher
I
shop.
still want to build my own on stoker.
Own stoker? Unlike scroll, codices require a 2-step process to be made. The initial form of a codex is known as a choir. I mean, maybe they ponder, no job, no job, no job. It's a very good question where this is made. I mean, there's a few workshops we don't have built. The loom being one. The dyer being another. Crafting bench? Crafts dwarf shop? Oh yeah, here you go. Choir. Good call. I'm just missed it last time. Oh yeah, and scroll is also here. Scroll rollers. I guess you need parchment for scrolls. We have books, so. Cone Stoker was a vampire only for it. Ooh, nice. I mean, the problem is that you run out of blood. And then your dwarves start like suffering from withdrawal. All right. Question, did we do this? We didn't. We're gonna cause a flood. I might lose a dwarf here, but it might also be temporary. Now he got out. Right, okay, so comically. No. There's a child and a monster hunter down here playing make-believe. It's a little creepy, but... Yep, that's gotta be a bad time for them. I'm not gonna sweat it right now. I need to drain that area. Is the problem. So I'm just draining it into the cavern so that we can actually set up our drainage pool. Is there any reason to raise the population cap past 200, or does it begin to adversely affect the game? So after 200, you're going to start having some frame issues. Even with like a beast of a computer. I think it used to be 250 in Classic, but things get slow after you have too many dwarves. Also, like with 200 guys, like you can have a bunch of squads going. You have enough people to be like 3 or 4 people on every job. I guess I want to make 10 of these choirs, realistically. A key woman has stolen a step ladder. God damn it. Goddamn key women. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of them coming in here now. So I'm gonna have my crossbow squad just hang out here. I'm seeing crossbow bolts already fire off. The key people keep swooping in and trying to steal things from my trade depot because I don't have it set up that my trade depot is inside. Now, that being said, it's mostly just like wood and minor trade goods here. So there's not really a lot for them to take, but you know, it's still a little annoying. Now, one thing we recently learned is that if we go to bolts, this is a cool little trick we learned where if you do this, it reclaims all the bolts.
Bonnie Stoker was kind of insane. It was like 120 vampires all out constantly campaigning against a demon king.
That's a good themed fort for sure. That'll solve it. Scarf Samurai, Schrodinger's dog, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. Come on in. That's what I figured. Thanks for the response. No problems. Reading the wiki, also a valid alternative, yeah. Pro strat for your items, go to manager, set work order, and search for item. Then if the name of the job gives no hint, build workshops until it gets assigned. There you go. Yeah, I think the wiki is definitely the best way to do it. It's a bit weird in streaming it just because whenever I alt tab, the game goes a bit wonky. So I've been trying to keep it open. So I'm curious here. 22 copper bolts. No copper bolts. 1 copper bolt. No copper bolts. No bolts. 16 copper bolts. I was just wondering, like, do any of these guys have ammo? And the answer is like 4 of them. Clearly, I also need leather backpacks. So I've got these guys out here just because there's a bunch of keys around and they're little sneaky thieves. But it does look like they are leaving the map now that my guards have come out to just stay patrolled. Already, you can see, even though we just unclaimed a bunch of copper bolts, you can see a few scattered shots around. So these are the shots that they just took as those key people tried to come in and steal things. So I'm actually just going to take them off duty now. A lot of times when it comes to thief characters like goblin snatchers and key people, you really just need to scare them and then they're gone. I still can't get this to work, which is disappointing. We have a garbage zone here. They're meant to climb up this ramp and throw garbage underneath this drawbridge. And it will not work. And I couldn't tell you why. Look at this though. We've managed to move off of 4 unhappy dwarves just down to 1. So we are getting some improvements. Our terrible barracks still exist, but this is to house like 60 people. I think it's like 60, 70, 80, 90, 110. I still don't have bedrooms for most people. A masterwork has been lost. What? Oh, you know what that is. Yeah. That's fine. So some of those key people swept in and just stole stuff from the trade depot. It's not really a big deal. Certainly, it's not the end of the world. I would like to have these trade goods be stored maybe somewhere better than this, but this might be dumb. But how do you release an animal from a cage? You can rig the lever to a cage, or if you have a pen, you can actually just assign them to the pen. Assign them to the pen and then unassign them afterwards. Ooh, we got puppies. That's good. Like, that's very good. I think I'd like to create a new zone here for animal training. Animals that are capable of being trained receive this training at this zone once they've been assigned a trainer. Generally, a piece of meat is required. I mean, that seems like it should be fine. All these bones and stuff around. This has largely been sunk, which is good to see. Which I also means that this hole here can get dug now. And once that's done, we can open up the rest of this. get a couple pieces of armor back here too as well, which is nice. Yeah, someone's coming to dig that already. The moment that's dug, we should be good. I think I can stop. Everything else should stop flooding into there. I mean, this is pretty much empty now at 2. So flooded down here. Wow. This caused a very, very interesting set of floods to run through. Basically, all these ones is like the stuff draining from the upper river. That's okay. Oh no, why is there someone in there? Why are there alpacas and guineas in there? Are they all just being sucked down the hole? Oh god, they are. I believe this lever is the lever I want to pull. And I want to create a floor grate here. This way fish don't get sucked down and fill up my lower chamber. Krug said the fortress really started to fall apart near the end of the series, just behind the scenes. Some of the stories Krug smashed spins with his fortresses. He's very good. He's a very good storyteller. I always love that, like, he has all the little drawings that go along with it. I'd love to get one of those, like, AI art generators subscriptions, just so I could run some of the Dwarf Fortress stories through them. Because I bet they could do some really neat stuff. Not that I'm a huge fan of the AI art, but sometimes it's produces some neat things. We're gonna make another 10 totems to get rid of the rest of those skulls. All right, that is installed, which means... Uh-oh, did anybody pull that lever? I see the problem. That lever was never linked in the first place. Oh my god, I have a legendary engraver who is just like... Well, he's not going to drown down here, but he's not going to have a good time either. Build this out of rock blocks. A bone doctor has been possessed. Lazy General. Hello. Welcome, my dude. How are you? How is your fortress going? I saw you were streaming a little earlier as well. A lazy raid. Can we get a shout out there to Lazy General if I got any mods in the chat? Another fantastic streamer. A nice young fella. We're getting things off the ground slowly. Are you a Dwarf Fortress veteran as well, or are you new to the series and just being like, oh my god, there are so many things, so much to do? AI's not very good at continuity yet, no. But I do feel like if you give it enough shots, it figures it out. Key man, get out of here, stealing all my stuff. Stray hunting dog. Nice. Okay, so they are training the puppies. Let me give you that shout. Let me give you that shout out. Pretty new. This is like my 3rd or 4th fortress. Okay, okay. So not too fresh, but still learning. Still figuring it out. It takes a bit. There's a lot to the game. All right, real question. What's going on with this floodgate? Pull. Somebody connected this. Dangerous terrain. Oh no, it's open. There we go. Okay, llama, get out of there. Is that goose still down here? It is. Hopefully it figures out how to leave. Awesome, and we're finally cleaning up all of this mess. I'm gonna need to expand the graveyard. Which means we need more coffins. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's easy. It'll be nice to get these bodies finally set away. Oh god, yeah, Blue Lemon is just like stinking out the hospital right now. Well, this guy's deceased, so let's just convict him. That open assault case. Your fortress went to trash? What happened, Redneck? Tell me your story. There's nothing I love more than the story of a fortress falling to ruin. Block, hello. How you doing, dude? Always a good time when you need to expand the graveyard. It's a lot bigger than I'd like, I'll tell you that. My muddy, muddy moat. I'm starting to wonder if I shouldn't just dig out a passage from here to like a lower aquifer or something. Okay, that guinea is gone, so let's pull that lever one more time. About 10 minutes or so, I forgot I locked eggs to try and hatch more, and 100 hatched at the same time. Oh my god. Then while I'm dealing with that, the massive FPS loss, a weresloth prisoner attacked and wiped out your troops. Pretty sure turned some people, and I haven't gotten a doctor's office built yet. I've been really lucky, man. We're 200 dwarves in, and we don't have any weird creatures. I don't know where they are, but I hope they stay away. Do I need to order dwarves to the new bedroom if I assign rooms to bedroom, or will they claim it without your help? They will claim it without your help. As long as they're assigned as bedrooms, they'll figure out who goes where. Like embarking with a doctor and some supplies. It's handy. The only thing that takes a while to get going, though, is really like soap. Everything else is pretty quick. I have so many children. Just like an iron breastplate lying on the ground here. Surely someone should have that equipped. At least 10. That's not right. I guess it doesn't matter. I mean, these guys are already like maxed out on training. It does seem like the old trick with the archery targets doesn't work. It used to be if you dug a ditch behind archery targets, any shots that missed would just fall into these pits. But I think they just disappear now. You know what? I'd like to get rid of this, I think. Just expand that a little bit. Entire fortress beaten to death by a bronze colossus wielding a sock. Yes, man, the metal colossuses are like just some of the worst. The hardest things to deal with. Buy a few soaps, hope they don't wash too often. Close to fresh. You were at 40 dwarves? Oof. Yeah. It's hard to get... Like, at 40 dwarves, you're still really getting your military, like, 1 or 2 people. You know, if you're lucky, sort of thing. Typically, you don't have a lot at that amount. Let's smooth that out. That's smoothed. That's smoothed. This looks all smooth. Lots of bins. We're running low-ish on barrels, but it's not too bad. Oh, and honestly, lots of these bins are empty as well. Why do I have skeletons in this stockpile, dudes? Corpses? No. It's weird that skeleton doesn't just equal bone. Oh. Ooh. Wood dresser, bone doctor. Needs leather skin, tree life, leather skin. We have that. We have that. Stone rock. We got that. Shiny gems. We have that. Bones. Yes. We don't have that. Rough color? Rough color? Rough gems? I mean, bones is what this guy needs. This guy needs a bone daddy.
In undead biomes, the distinction is very important.
Undead biomes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're correct there. In an undead biome, having skeletons around is definitely a different situation. No doubt. I'm new to Dwarf Fortress and I heard about how random cool things happen. As such, I downloaded a mod that made the start even a bit more random, and now I have an invisible elf instead of a dwarf. Is this bad? Yes, I would say so. I don't think you need mods for Dwarf Fortress right now. Like, the game has a lot to it in the base, especially if you're new. I would not recommend installing any mods off the top. Like, there's so much in this game. And it's so complicated. I have no idea what the mod scene is even like, I will be honest. But I imagine that being a bit of a mess. Alright, this guy's neutered for some reason, so let's throw him on the chopping block. Now, where are all these kittens coming from? Geld. Lots of good new puppies, though. Buffaloes, yaks. I'm happy to have all these guys. At least you can't see the elf. Is there a way to increase the point cap in custom setup? I want to experiment with some stuff. Like the pop cap? Probably, yeah. There's a bunch of stuff you can already do in the edit files. I saw a thing on like how to change what comes up as alerts and stuff like that as well. So you can make it so it used to be when migrants came. I actually can't believe they changed this, but it used to be that when you got migrants, the camera paused and zoomed to where the migrants were. And I really want to mod the game to put that back in, because that's, to me, is insane that that's not the case. Okay, we need to cancel this job, and that job. Because apparently I don't have the cloth to do them. Iron beetles are king. Can't convince me otherwise. Dwarf perspective elves are very obnoxious. They'll hate for making things from wood and eating meat or making anything with bone. Yeah, even muscle shells. We can't trade the elves muscle shells at all. Only added UI or quality of life mods. If you're new, you can easily get hundreds or thousands of hours before you even think about mods. Yeah, that's I feel the same way. Seems like my starts were weird and I had to understand everything with the mod. Yeah, I mean, again, it's like there's a lot of information overload when you start playing this game. So I think throwing in a bunch of stuff that maybe does things that you can't tell if they're proper or not, normal or not. Definitely an invisible elf, not normal. Unless it's a ghost. If you have a bunch of elf ghosts haunting your fortress, different story. Doesn't sound like you have a problem there, though. Easy to set it up to pause the announcements in the ini file. Yeah, yeah. Alpaca's been slaughtered. And look who's looking for bones. It's our bone daddy. I gotta fix this corridor. I gotta fix that corridor. Okay, what if I... You know what? What if I knocked this off? If I just built a wall here... I got an idea. I don't even know what this stockpile is. What is it? Coal. Oh, we're out of coal, that means. That can't be correct. Oh, we'll figure that out in a minute. So I'm gonna do a little jangle in here. We're gonna wrangle, we're gonna jangle. I'm gonna say constructions, walls, this. Bum, 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 bum. Doop, 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 doop. And then I'm gonna dig out that. And we're gonna remove this door. Someone mentioned the dwarf therapists. I miss it all so badly. So you don't really... there's a few things in dwarf therapists that aren't available. But for the most part, the new labor tab makes a lot of that unnecessary. I come from like playing with dwarf therapists as well, and I've kind of now learned with the new systems that like it's not quite as needed as it used to be. So edit a text file in the game to bring back the pause menu. Yes. Elf ghosts, the smell of success. Totally normal. Little conga music in the corner and they'll be having fun. I mean, it's been a pretty big mess there. What else am I doing here? Door. Just what I need is to make the tavern smaller. Walls. Out of rock salt blocks. Walls. Rock salt blocks. Then I'm gonna uninstall this door. I'm gonna dig out all that. Keep accidentally trying to build features from RimWorld into my bases. Yeah. Takes a bit to change the habits. I played a good mod some years back, made it start as kobolds. You had to dig burrows, make small huts, craft stone knives, spears, fish for food, make up for the primitive tools, weak bodies. You had huge litters in a short time to grow up. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Kobold camps of 50 kobolds got wiped out by a bear. Okay, I like that. That sounds like a great story. I also have a real soft spot in my heart for kobolds. They're just so dumb. I have a question. Can I smooth constructions? No. It's alright though. This will speed things up a lot. I mean, I could make this 3 wide. I just think 2 wide on its very own is going to make enough of a difference. The thing should get a little bit better. Okay, so we have a rumor from abroad, but I don't know how to see what that means. Is there a spot to see rumors? Does anybody know? We are going to have to individually make all these tombs as well, sadly. Because they're not closed rooms, I have to paint them manually. If your tombs have doors, you don't have to do this. You can just do multi. But otherwise it's more complicated. And I just want to make sure people get buried. You know? Growlstakes ended a mandate, but export of splints are prohibited. Her tomb needs to be better, and she needs another chest. Some of this we can do immediately. That should appease her. Oh my goodness. Panic rooms, sentry murder holes. Played so much RimWorld now I have to do things underground. Every little thing's have consequences. It feels weird, a bit threatening to try new things. Again, losing is fun. If you lose your fortress, it's not the end. It's just the beautiful beginning of a new fortress. It's kind of the fun because you're carving from rock and you want to do so much naturally. You know? You only get one chance to dig, right? Once you've removed that rock, it's gone forever. Someone was asking about themed fortresses earlier, and another themed fortress I have done before is all wooden fortresses on the surface. I've basically built human towns before, which is a very fun little one to do. Oh, looks like our bones were a success. This guy is making... He's possessed, so this actually is not going to give him... When you're possessed, you don't get a skill boost when it's done. Carole, Carole. Something else is making him do this. Just realized we had all this room for stuff up here. I'm not really using this room very well. Yeah. Dead Fortress is just an excuse to make a new, better fortress. Yes. Shadner, good morning, dude. Friend. And Gary, thank you for the follows. Welcome to the agency. Mod is called Cobalt Camp. Seems it was updated last year. Oh my god. I want to check this out now. A turkey gobbler has been stung by a bumblebee. We decided this needed a notification. Lots of babies going on. We do have an undead zombie wandering around our fortress as well. I keep forgetting this. Where is she? She should be very easy to see since she is blue. Also, quite a lot of humans have joined the fortress too, to hunt monsters. There she is. So, for a little while, we had a necromancer. And I say for a little while because he did 3 things as a necromancer. He raised this miner who dove into the river and drowned to death. He raised a goblin that came to fight us and is the reason that this dwarf was in the river in the first place. And then he got his head bashed in when he lost control of the goblin that he raised. But this dwarf seems to be fine. It hangs out in the bar. It's very good with a crossbow. It doesn't need to, like, eat or sleep. Everybody loves him. Big fan. Question. No, oh my god, I'm 60 points off this place being done. Do I have any statues? No. Can I make one? Yes. They've been asking for this guild hall for a while. The Bone Doctor has created Carolaire, a sleek alpaca bone mask. Cool. Carolaire is a sleek alpaca bone mask called craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round tetrahedrite cabochons decorated with oak, goat leather, and stingray leather, encircled with bands of alpaca bone and table-cut schlorls. The object menaces with spikes of chiropraise. On the item is an image of a raspberry bush in alpaca leather. So a bone mask with like spikes of bone, and I'm imagining like hoops of leather and wood. And a raspberry bush. I guess that would be like a thorny bush. So this bone mask with like a thorn motif throughout it. That's actually pretty cool. That's a pretty dope mask. Champion. That's a new title. Who gets this bone mask? Captain of the Guard. He's got the flask. The broker? What does he have? He's got the earrings. Do we have a dungeon master? This guy's an expert schemer. You know what? You're the new DM. And you're also going to get this bone mask. You need a bedroom, a dining room. You don't need a tomb. But you also need an office. Oh, you don't have a bedroom. This could be arranged. That's going to be his office. And then he's going to have like a little bedroom here and a little dining room here. Down in the pits. Rumors are in the world map, lower right corner of the screen. News and rumors. Ooh. In the midwinter, an army marched on them. Refugees calling from themselves fled the area just before an army led by the elves descended upon this human town. Fled from the area before elves showed up. In the midwinter, refugees calling themselves fled the area. Wow, it seems like this town had a really bad time. Fled from goblins descending on these elven towns. Elves are fighting elves over here. And then this guy, these dwarves had an army march. And what is this other? Oh, this is an army in the late winter of 107. An army from this dwarven mountain home, I think, marched on these goblins. Or possibly vice versa, actually. Missing dwarves, civilizations, artifacts. There's so many artifacts in the world. I've yet to send anybody out on a mission, and I kind of want to do that. What are my cat's favorite toys? We have a bunch of stuffed mice that they really like. They used to like the little tiny mice, and then when they grew up, they liked like big plushier mice. They can get into. My cats aren't too big on toys, but they do like a couple of them. People are dying and there's no body, and you have a tame zombie. This was the tame zombie came out way after people have been disappearing. Fishing rod with a feather bird on the other. Our cats don't like that. Our cats don't like to be played with. They like to play on their own. But they were feral cats when we first got them, so they're kind of scared of everything, is the truth. Like anything that makes noise, all of the toys we have to get them have to be like dead silent, because otherwise they won't touch them. If they make any noise, they're like, oh, is that thing alive? Is it coming to kill me? I gotta get out of here. Real babies. Skullhead-esque mask. Drip level 99. Agreed. Elves being jerks. Ancient history. No, that's all recent. So that was all like year 107 was those elves attacking. So that's 2 years ago. Oops. Oops. What have I done here? Bone alpaca mask. Yeah, that's a great artifact. I'm very pleased with that. Sure, I'm gonna need a few pieces of furniture down here. I don't know what we already have made, though. Oh, God, here comes the elven diplomat. We have company. The rock Duto Streboa Singshur has come. A bird of prey so large and ferocious it dwarfs many dragons. All beneath its mighty wings should fear the sky. So, as you may know, there is one tactical problem with our fortress. It is a waterfall that is open to the sky. And anything that flies, say, oh, I don't know, a giant dwarf-eating bird, can easily get itself into the center of my fortress with ease. On the good news, an elven diplomat has arrived, so they might get eaten. On the bad news, big bird. Big bird. Ooh, you guys are monster hunters, right? I forgot about that. These human monster hunters might actually be able to deal with this son of a gun themselves. All right, so I'm gonna put everyone in the waterfall. And we're gonna keep an eye on this big bird is what we're gonna do. Rock chicken for dinner. It's good you don't have an opening near your waterfall, right? Optimistic for 3 people. How smart can a bird even be? Listen, here's the thing. My dwarves are relatively well equipped. Is it going for the front door? Hard to tell. It does seem like it. Who are you? Why are you not in the burrow? I forgot to unpause the burrow. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh.
You mean who were you?
Who were you? Where's it gone? I can't even see it. Oh my God, farming. Get out of there, farming. You're a legendary stone crafter. Oh, farming's dead. Yep. Overcome by terror. Damn. What happened to you? Did you get shot? Experiencing mortal fear. It's so high in the air right now. Okay, it's gonna come back down for another attack. It's cresting over the treetops. It doesn't feel anything while in conflict. Great news is that it's already tired. Okay, my greatest fear is coming to life, which is that it might just go in through the waterfall. Look at the squad we got out here, though. What is it doing? Get down here. Get down here right now, young man. Overcome by terror. Oh, no, no, no. That's the opening. All right, real talk. I'm going to bring my squads out. I'm going to see if I can't move them into a better position. Where's that dumb bird? Elves will deal with you in a minute. I have more pressing problems. Is he fleeing? God, he's so high up. He might be fleeing. Oh, here he comes again. This is a horrifying situation to be in. Learn to fear dwarves. Have the dwarves climb trees. I mean, I could just like position myself up on the mountain, which is really getting to the point that I think that's what I'm gonna do. Because I need to like draw its attention. Oh, here he comes. No, he's afraid again.
You will learn why your ancestors feared the sky.
What is he doing, man? It keeps saying he's terrified while he's in conflict, but also that he doesn't feel anything while being in conflict. Yeah, it's like he's trying to flee the map, but he can't figure it out. All right, very quickly, let's just talk to the elves. Whatever possessed you to brave these wilds, where our animal friends are larger than your kind, we do not know, but know this: if the land is secret to us, the trees more than any others. We are loath to spare a single branch, and we are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells at 5. That's fine. We just trade with the elves, so it's not actually a problem for us. When they arrive, that is. All right. Please tell me I have more dwarves here than this. Yes. Okay. Wow. Look at that posse. Look at this army we got rolling out. These are well-equipped dudes. Uninvited guest. Are you ready to face some more crossbows? Ah, there's an elven caravan. Come down here right now and get riggedy wrecked. Yes. 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 Can we all attack? I'm really hoping to see some crossbows. Yeah, see, here's the problem is our dwarves, if there is nothing around that they can hit, will also just leave. Oh, goddammit, where did he go? Stupid bird thing. Just land, man. Land and let me kill you. You're scared. I get it, man. I would be scared if a bunch of dwarves were chasing me to my death as well. But I cannot simply let you run amok and threaten all my wildlife. This guy's being a real problem. No, like for real, what did the stonecutter do to give him PTSD the moment he sees the dwarves? I know, right? Like he didn't even get in a fight. And he's like a legendary monster. He should not have any problems with this. Afraid while experiencing trauma. All right, we're gonna go down here. Has it even taken damage, or is it just the wussiest monster in dwarf history? I think it's honestly just the wussiest monster in dwarf history. Healthy. Tired. Here we go. Here we go. Now we got him. Where is he? He's there. Please tell me I have selected the right character. Yeah. So we're going to see how this goes for him. I can't imagine it's going to be good. We seem to be buckling him mostly right now. Guys, keep going, keep going. You got him. Heavy bleeding, overexerted. So, yeah, the rock, like, grabbed the planters and just chucked them. Let's see what happened when he actually started fighting a real character, though. The rock leaps at the recruit, collides with him, and knocks him over, tumbles him backwards. Takes a strike at the recruit, but blocks it with the iron shield. Our undead dwarf marksman starts taking shots at the rock, but starts missing. I love this undead monster. Swordmaster strikes the rock in the upper body with her iron shield, so they're all just like bashing at it. Swordmaster bashes it with an iron bow? Okay, that should not be the weapon that the Swordmaster has equipped. In the right foot with the bronze buckler, with the iron bow, bashing it with an iron bow. I gotta figure out who this is. Axe Dwarf bashes him with a crossbow. Finally, a recruit stabs the rock in a foot with a short sword, and the rock falls over. And then they all just start bashing it with their crossbows and the pommels of their swords. The rock starts scrambling away. The recruit stabs the rock in the right foot, lodging the short sword in the wound. Yo. Stonecutter showed him a picture of the rock's mom naked. Stabs him. Man, these recruits are like messing this guy up. Stabs him in the lower body, stabs him in the lower body, strikes him in the lower body, stabs him in the lower body. Who is this recruit? Oh, there might be a couple. Definitely this guy landed a lot of hits. This guy did not. So it's this guy, English Alethidok. He can smell what the rock is cooking. Okay. This guy is trying to land right about here. Tired, ability to stand, lost. He's covered in blood. He was heavily bleeding a minute ago. I'd love to know what happened there. I figured he'd be plummeting towards Earth. God damn. Can all of you shoot him? Because you ought to have crossbows. And just in case you don't. Let's make another 30 of those. Can I make wooden bolts also? I think I can. I know that trees are a lot rarer nowadays, but... Quick to tire. Yeah, he's been tired like the entire time. Is the game worth getting? I've heard it's hard to learn. I did enjoy RimWorld, but I haven't played it in years. Yes, I would say that yes, absolutely, it's worth getting. I'm actually working on a video right now called "Should You Play Dwarf Fortress?" And the answer to that is yes. In a nutshell, I think Dwarf Fortress is an incredible game because it teaches you how to play games differently. It literally rewires your brain on how to solve problems in a different way, how to think more dwarfishly, however you want to say it. It also teaches you what I consider to be like the most valuable lesson I've learned from any video game, that losing is fun. It's kind of the unofficial motto of the game. And if you can train your perception differently so that you can find the joy in losing a game, it makes every other game more enjoyable to play. Because even when you screw something up, you go like, oh, well, that's part of the story, you know? You get to roll with the narrative and learn, do things the way kind of the game has decided. All right, this guy is not, he's literally just hiding out up here at elevation 70. What are you doing, you big dumb bird? Come down here and fight me. This is the most lamest forgotten beast I think I've ever dealt with. Like, just absolutely not a threat at all. So I can only train rock items to the elves. I'll be honest, I don't know that I want to even deal with the elves. Gems. Actually, we can trade them gems. It's a bit of rock salt there. We can trade. There's the gem bin. Yeah, there's the cut gem bin. All right, so I'm also just going to go ahead and turn off the burrow right now because this guy is just being an absolute coward and I'm not really worried about him anymore. Look, I think he's afraid of all my dwarves, so. Swordmaster using a bow's name starts with an E. Yeah, I'm gonna go find him and figure out what's going on. He might actually just be like part of my crossbow squad and he's just become a legendary sword dwarf because he had no ammo to train. 100% possible to learn little by little, and if you like RimWorld type games, it's 10 times better. I don't know if it's better or worse, but it's different. It's good. If you like RimWorld, if you like RimWorld at all, you absolutely will like this game. I think I can say that like comfortably. Unless you find like RimWorld just too complicated on its own. If you find you're overwhelmed with a game like that, then maybe not so much, but... Do any of my dwarves need medical attention? They'll automatically go do it if they do, yeah. See why I was a forgotten beast? It doesn't do anything. So it's not... A rock is different than a forgotten beast. Because like we've also had a minotaur show up. And we kicked the tar out of that minotaur as well. Seriously injured. Shaken after suffering a major injury. All right, man. I'm gonna pull everybody off. It seems like he's just gonna chill until he either bleeds out or like, you know, somebody manages to shoot him. So I'm gonna stop panicking about it. Yeah, worst case he eats somebody else. And we deal with that. Alright, here comes our trader. Still waiting on an item here, but... Okay, so rock salt, rock salt, rock salt, rock salt. None of the muscle I can trade. I'm going to say giant snail shell I also probably can't do. It's actually a very good argument here. We talked about doing this earlier, but separating the rock trade goods from the bone trade goods so we could keep positive relationships with the elves. All right, 644. I'm sorry, is this literally all you have to trade me? Is a bit of like cactus fruit and peaches? Is this some kind of joke? I'm gonna offer this as a gift then, man. If you're that poor, you poor elves. Thank God we didn't bring that gem bin. Take that back. Hated RimWorld, but you love Dwarf Fortress. That's fair. I learned RimWorld, but it's easier than this. Yes, yeah. RimWorld is more forgiving than Dwarf Fortress. Like, I don't know. I got this, you know, weak rock that's not really a bit of a problem. The game could have given me a monster made out of steel that literally none of my weapons could damage. And the only way to, like, kill it is to cause a cave-in on top of it. Which, unless you have prepared in advance, is really hard to do. So, like, you know, the game can be a bit rough at times. Knows how to kick you in the jaw. Interrupted by rock. Does that mean... I don't know what the child is doing outside in the first place, but... It's funny that I can't see, like, what wounds it has, but we know that it got beaten a bunch and probably, like, broke a rib or something. Definitely its foot seemed damaged. Or people shouldn't really be outside for any reason. Unless it's to collect fish and mussel shells. Wow, there's like an unlimited amount of mussel shells here. Are we still fishing here? Oh my God. Are you for real? I never turned off the fishing spot out here. So people are only meant to be fishing in here because it's like we immediately just drag it into our base. Stupid. Stupid, foolish dwarfs. You know, it wouldn't be hard if I did want to do this. You know what? We can also do this. You know what? I can also do that. You know what else? I can also do this. That. Trying to open up some of my roadways a little bit here. Is there a way to win the game? Yeah, you lose. If you've lost, that means you've won. There is no set win condition. Arguably, there is something that if you dig deep enough, and you pass the test, let's say, then you've certainly won. If you've managed to deal with what lies in the deep, then I'm going to say there's nothing your fortress can't do. Are the monsters procedural? Yes. Everything is generated unique and random every single time. And so forgotten monsters have like a list of traits and different things that will always be kind of like randomly put together. Rocks and minotaurs are pretty like simple, but forgotten beasts could be like a spider, but it's, you know, made out of tree trunks and it spits acid fog. Which, if that sounds awful time, yeah, it is. Rimworld seems to be designed to destroy your colony at the end state of the game. DF, you can have stability for a while instead of constantly escalating raids. Yes, that's the thing, is like Rimworld has a storyteller, Dwarf Fortress has a world. And the world doesn't care where you're at. You know? It doesn't care if you're not ready to fight a dragon, it'll send a dragon at you if a dragon is nearby. And it's harsh, but it's just kind of the way it is. Sargarath, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. You win the game by losing, which is where the most fun can be found. Yeah. The monster art as well. Well, like all of the items and stuff you create are all, you know, I could probably look at one of these. Okay, well, maybe not one of those, but like I could look at an engraving. You know, all of these engravings are different stories. This is an engraving. This tile that I engraved is a superiorly designed image of these two dwarves and a troll. And it's the story of the dwarf Tad Moonstikers striking down... No, sorry, Tad Moonstikers is the troll. So it's the story of this dwarf, Udib, being killed by this troll, Tad Moonstokers, in the year 94 in this civilization, the Point of Couples. And so this is a legend that exists in the world as part of like the world generating stories. You know, in my temples, all of these statues are related to like the original priests of this religion and like when they were elected and you know, what happened to them. Oh, we should finish the Dungeon Master's room. I love that I have a rock just like flying around my base and I'm like, what else do I have to do here? Yeah, it's just a big bird, you know? Not really gonna worry about it. Probably need a bed. Okay, furniture, table. I'm gonna give him a wood table down here. He's also going to need a chair. So this is his office. That's going to be his bedroom. And I guess this is going to be a dining room. Definitely a bit of a funny place. Well, thank you. A nice water delivery. Stay hydrated. A good reminder to stay hydrated. Let's, how do I want to do this? I have 6 of these thrones. Let's do it like this. I'm going to give this guy like a fancy... dining room of rock salt. And then his bedroom can just be here. We could throw in a cabinet if we had one, which we don't. A chest if we had one, which we don't. So let's go coffer, cabinet. I might as well make an armor stand and a weapon rack because I think he needs one of those. Ooh, and heck, why not a couple of statues just for good measure? Oh. Looks like somebody came back down. Looks like somebody's fighting my turkey. I think somebody succeeded at fighting my turkey. Stupid bird. So it looks like all of these guys have quivers, but I'm not seeing ammo. Okay, this guy's picked up a little bit of ammo. Has he? I'm not even seeing quivers on these dudes. Can we update your equipments? I would like these guys to all grab ammo and then go run out and shoot this rock down. Like, I've been making a whole bunch of copper bolts and wooden bolts. They should be able to get ammo. Might actually be the case that my barracks doesn't have enough room for everything that they need. All right. Sorry, I'm behind. Diff's word simulation, not about winning, more about surviving. King came to live in my fort. I built him a bunch of rooms with platinum and silver, but he's still not happy. Can I just ignore him? You can't really ignore him. You got to find a way to make him happy. If you look at the dwarf's traits, there will be like types of metals and rocks that he like. So he might not like platinum and silver. He might be like, I like things that are made out of wood or things that are made out of granite. And so you're going to need to make things out of those materials to appease him. Should a base militia be a percentage of its total population? Probably. I think a base militia is like however big you're willing to let it be. You know? If you don't have the equipment, it's not really something you need to worry about. Like if your guys don't have gear, then there's not a lot of point in making them a militia, unless they're like the newbie squad. And then you kind of need to like check them up over time. Okay, so these guys are getting suited up right now. I legitimately actually think the problem might be that I have too many people sharing this barracks right now. Oh my god, these guys aren't even training in here. Are you kidding me? That's so funny. I forgot to assign them. Yeah, so you can see these guys are getting suited up. But like this takes them a long time, right? They're on a switch shift. Shouldn't they be? No, they're on staggered training. Okay, so that's why. So they're my archers are actually off duty right now, which is why none of them have equipment on. Nice, look, and they all have bolts now too. You know what that means. Little birdie. It's time to say hello. Herd soldiers will only pick up ammo if they have the default archer uniform on. Oh, I didn't know that. I think if you assign them a crossbow, they'll automatically take a quiver, but I could be wrong. There is a few bug things with archers and crossbow training right now. Like, just for example, crossbow dwarves will use metal bolts in training, and they shouldn't do that. Right now, it used to be that you could set what type of bolts were used for training, hunting, and military purposes, and that option doesn't appear to be in the game anymore. So I suspect they'll bring that back pretty quickly. It's probably like I like rooms forged for my own sense of ironclad self-importance. A mode where you can play as a single entity in the world. Adventure mode. Yeah, so it's not in the Steam release yet, but it is in Dwarf Fortress Classic. And which kind of plays like a classic net hack roguelike game. It's very fun. Even though it has a lot of, work to still be done. The old nomad mode. Adventure mode is a riot. All right, what's going on? They're there. Ooh, you see the bolts flying right now? Look at this. Look at this hailstorm of arrows. You see all of them here? There he is. Yeah, see, I told you this would work. They just needed their ammo. Let's go up here. Bleeding, seriously injured. Bleeding, seriously injured. Tired, bleeding. They've hit him a lot. Overexerted, seriously injured. They're hitting him more and more, it looks like. Crashing down to earth. This is Dwetostrema Singher's mangled corpse. It is splattered with a lot of blood. Who took it down? This is important. We must know what happened. That was amazing. That was just like a volley of shots. Why not have them set to always be equipped? I actually just have them on a stagger training routine. Normally I would. Most of my other guys are on always equipped, so. I think the intention was that when they weren't Marksdwarf training, that they would go out and hunt, but there's nothing to hunt. There's like no groups, no animals that really pass through my land, so. All right, so this is it, killing my turkey gobbler. Adventure mode's like a roguelike. You play as a single character. Very different experience compared to the default fortress mode. Yes, yeah. Basically a traveling convoy. Yeah. It's sort of similar to, like, I would almost say Battle Brothers. You know, if you don't know something like NetHack, it's most like something like NetHack, but otherwise you could compare it to something like Battle Brothers or like War Tales. Willow bolt strikes the rock in the right foot, in the neck, left upper leg. They're just loading it down. Copper bolts, strike it, strike it, strike it. This is actually a lot of hits. In the neck, in the right wing. They overexert it, and then it plummets. Slams into the mountain. The left wing explodes into gore, opens an artery in the attack. The left leg also explodes into gore. Then the lower body, the guts get bruised, shatters the true ribs, the left ribs. His left upper leg explodes into gore. So he basically lands on his left side. His entire limbs explode. And his internal, like his torso just gets absolutely shredded. Oh, and his right wing. And his head. Yeah, well, that's probably why he died. The rock has been knocked unconscious. God damn. Look how many bolts are all over the mountainside right now. So I'm just going to do this. I'm going to let them collect. It's because I think that's worth gathering. Where did it fall? Right there. And hopefully they can take the corpse and like butcher it. But that's a huge success. Huge success. I'll buy at some point, probably soon. I will say, I doubt the game will ever go on sale. So if you're sitting there thinking like, maybe I'll wait till it's like 15 bucks. I would play the free version. I would be shocked if it ever went on sale. It might go on like 10%, but if it does, that's like the store sale, not the game itself. They waited 20 years to release this game. I think they know the value. I think it falls under the same category as like Factorio and RimWorld, which never go on sale. So
They know they're selling virtual crack.
yeah, exactly. How can that rock be 272 years old if it's year 109? It's 109 in the age of myth, but not the age of legends. I might have those mixed up. So there is a world that exists at world conception, which is the world of legends, which like the game will generate a bunch of things like dragons and how long they've been alive for before civilizations start taking foothold. So the idea is basically it's been 109 years since civilization started, but the world is older than that. Because obviously if there was no civilization, like who would you really be playing as? Why stagger training? Because I like them being able to do other jobs and stuff as well. This was more important when we didn't have 200 dwarves. Honestly, my military needs a bit of a rehaul, which we could do if we really want to, if we want to get there. Hey, I have a question. Did these things get made? Written objects including copies, 8. Choirs. So it looks like they have been... Yeah, look at this. Cool. They've been writing books. The Journey into Models, authored by Litas Mdeldair, concerns the use of models and templates in engineering. The writing skips around a lot and it meanders somewhat. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. The Funnel in the Time of My Ancestors concerns the construction and the use of the funnel. The writing has a very serious tone, yet it's somewhat self-indulgent. Overall, the prose is not awful, but it's not very good either. Pathways to animals and the climate. The ways in which creatures are suited to the climates in which they live. The writing has a hint of viciousness to it. Overall, the prose, not awful, not very good either. Our scholars are pretty new at writing books, so I'm not surprised that they're not very good at it. Do you think I will ever remember to finish this place down here? Okay, these are masterwork statues. So one of these should complete this mandate. Sweet pods. I would love to get this done. Also, let's make coke. And pig iron. And if you can, steel. No, I need pig iron. Somebody please deliver this statue so I can get this place done. Whole rock exploded. Premium versions are just a luxury anyway. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're having to figure out now like how to update both versions, but they're also like, man, they sold in like 24 hours. They sold their estimated like 2 month. Like what they thought they were going to sell in 2 months, they sold in 24 hours. And then in like 48 hours or in like the first week, they've like doubled that number again. So they're also like, you know, multi-millionaires a few times over. And they're trying to deal with like that as well. Didn't know that's how it generated. Yeah, so the generation is really interesting, the way it like pulls stories from different places. I'm a big fan of it. I think it's very interesting the way it all works. God, there are so many things. All these cats. You know what? Everybody close your eyes for a minute. Everybody close your eyes for a moment. I'll let you know when you can open them. There's nothing bad happening, don't worry. Okay, you can open them now. Ain't nothing bad gonna happen today, do we? Starting a restaurant. we actually have a tavern / inn, which you can see is absolutely packed to the brim at all times because it's a tiny, tiny little room. And I bet you if I moved that tavern, things would feel a lot less crazy in the rest of my fortress. I bet you if I moved that tavern, things would feel a lot less crazy in the rest of my fortress. I like the idea of it being central, but what if I just pulled it out this way? You know, like what if I, whoops. I feel like I'm starting to get some lag now, but you know, what if maybe what if maybe we did something like this and we built a true tavern? With a dance floor. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about, baby. Do I want these double doors? Maybe I want them a little bit different. Maybe I wanted something like that. And then that. Yeah. Like that. And that. This is gonna be a proper tavern over here now. A lot of fun when giant ravens found a hole in my fortress and flew in, decimating the civilians. Dude, we had the same thing. So there was a bug report that apparently fishing, I don't know if they've patched this yet, but fishing was aggravating the local wildlife. So this is where all of our fishing would happen, and the giant horned owls and the giant ravens would see this, and they'd be like, how dare you fish? And they would all just come zooming down into my waterfall, and this was like a battle royale in here for a while until we killed them all. Why is there so much fish in here? Are we like fishing and it's just getting washed downstream? Why are you fishing there? What is happening? That's not even a fishing zone. I tell you what, I'll add a fishing zone here and I'll add a fishing zone here if it'll make you guys a little happier. This is crazy. Our legendary fisher is just like going down the river, catching everything he can. Totally not a gobbo has been found dead, dehydrated. Why? He wasn't crazy. He's covered in another dwarf's blood. Asmel Ghost Brass. I don't think he is dehydrated. Who is Asmel Ghost Breath? We have to figure out who this is. This could be the answer to who has been killing my dwarves. And they've been showing up as being dehydrated. More Z levels? I know, I should be doing more Z levels. You're not wrong. It isn't patched yet. Ravens hate fishers. Like if I hunt lots of things, more hostile creatures will appear. It means they'll go from being like giant ravens to aggravated giant ravens. So instead of just like being peaceful, they'll start attacking dwarves. Mick Ladle, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. We have got to find who this guy is. This is the first clue we have had to the misappearing characters. Asmel Ghost Brass. Like, he's not Asmel Ghost Brass. I can't get his, like, old name, can I? No. I wish there was a search function. See, like, this guy is showing up as Adel Easy Olus main, but his name is also Ast Wound Strengths. And that's what I need to know, is their secondary names. God, this could be anybody, dudes. There must be an easier way for me to do this. A shape-changing salt vampire like in the Man Trap. This is where something like Dwarf Therapist would be really handy. Okay, not Mona Bonona. You know what? I have an idea. There we go. All right. So whoever this dwarf is, we know he's at least 80 something years old. Asmel Nagatal Konas. Why is he not showing up as a dwarf, though? Nagatal Konas. Who is he? Dwarf 2, Dwarf 3? So hard for me to distinguish and remember them. Sometimes that bothers me. Am I the only one? That's why I try to like rename as many people as I can. Where I let chat at least rename as many people as they can. So this guy's name could be different. If he's like in hiding. Dude, this is 100% who is killing my dwarves. This is like 16 people he's killed. Dehydrated. I bet he's sucked of blood and they just don't realize what that means and they think he's dehydrated. I'm trying to see if his last name is popping up here anywhere. Which I'm not seeing. If I make a statue to him, if I make a statue of him, will we be able to figure out who he is? Like what he looks like? Yeah, of course he's not showing up. Gotal Konas. Make it out of jet. How can I find this dude? This guy was also on my, he was a military dwarf. A real murder mystery. His surname was the same name as the killer in the intelligence. Oh, do you think that's his blood? Oh, it might. Oh, he's covered with his own blood. Oh, crud. So he shouldn't be covered in his own blood if he dehydrated. No, you're correct. It's him. He is Asmel. That's the problem is you can't like see their old things. Killed in the stockpile room too. All right, give me a sec. Law and Order Special Dwarf Unit. Let's. This guy just got killed, right? They said he drowned. Dehydrated. But you shouldn't be covered in blood if you've been dehydrated. So my question is if he is covered in blood, is anybody else covered in his blood? Particularly, there's a lot of people in this room. And I guess I want to know, is there any spot here that you would see covered in blood? This guy's got trouble breathing. Though that looks like it's from, I think, being beaten up by that wrestler. "66 years old. Like somebody 100% murdered this guy. And they murdered him fast. Could it have been Adelhard? He's a legendary fighter. If he wanted to kill somebody, would he have killed his close friend, though? The worst is like not being able to see what this character was, because I know he was in one of my military squads. I thought he was in one of my military squads. Maybe I'm wrong. Are you cool with new players asking questions? Absolutely, dude. Ask away. Is there identity theft in the game? That'd be nuts. I mean, I don't know. I'm pretty sure if you have people show up who are known criminals, they can say that they are someone they're not. But so we've had, this is now like the 16th person to like, we've had a bunch of dwarves just disappear, but this is very suspicious, obviously, just because he's dead, right? He's been found dead, dehydrated, covered in his own blood, or splattered in his own blood. Now, he could have been put here by somebody, but I think somebody killed him. This guy's an expert marks dwarf. Could have been him. Doesn't feel anything after seeing his dead body. Obviously, that's suspicious. George. God, I have so many questions. Coating of dwarf tears. So it's under items that they'll show the blood covering. Coating of dwarf tears. These guys are all crying. I got to see if anybody is covered in blood. This is the first close thing we've had going. This guy's got quite a title. Isambellan Doctor of the Fenced Girders of Bewilderment. Legendary mace dwarf. Was his close friend sleeping with his wife? The plot thickens. Like, it could be anybody who's just like fleeing, because like they found him here, right? So nobody is covered in any blood. What about my undead monster? Nope, no blood. No blood, no blood. Coating of dwarf tears. I am ashamed to have no shirt. I am ashamed to have no shoes. Well, why don't you? This guy's like blinged out. He's just covered in rings and amulets and a crown and earrings, but stark naked other than that. I love it. I like this guy. He's a legendary weaponsmith. He's a legendary spear dwarf. Is there a way to limit how many people arrive in a migration? No. You have no control over migrations. You want to keep your team small. So you can, at least in the ini files, you can set your pop. I think after 200, you won't receive any more migrants. But you can lower this number. It used to be in Classic that you could set this like during world generation, but it might be in like the advanced embark options. Is it possible to like switch into legend modes to try to track this person? I don't think so, no. I think you have to like abandon the fortress to view legends. This was a problem I had with the old version as well. As far as I am aware, there's no way to do it. Were the shirt and shoes covered in blood to the dungeon with him? Pop cap and settings, yeah. Can change it on the fly in the Steam version. Oh, that's very nice. Okay. Do you have to investigate crimes yourself and not your sheriff? So your sheriffs will find cases and then they will interrogate people and try to find witnesses. And then you have to say like, go interrogate certain witnesses to try it. Like they will do some, but then you kind of have to do the final interrogation and you have to convict people of crimes. And then, yeah, sometimes they're brutal about it. Like, we had this guy, Blue Lemon. He went on this, like, temper tantrum and went around and just, like, beat the hell out of a bunch of people. Copped to the crime because he had, like, 1 million witnesses. So we were like, okay, convict him. And the captain of the guard just went up to him and, like, broke his neck. Is basically what happened. So why are you sleeping in here, George? I guess we'll see if somebody shows up to the hospital. Somebody's trying to hunt a giant snail. The Guildhall agreement with the Guild of Creatures has finally been satisfied. God damn. I can't believe it. I really thought we had the answer to our murderer. I really, really, really thought we had it there. I need to make a couple of rooms. This is a bedroom for the dungeon master. This is a dining room for the dungeon master. Accept. And then this is a office. This is an office for the dungeon master. Here come the petitions already. Okay, hold on a moment. He still needs an armor rack, a weapon stand, a chest, and a cabinet. And he's not stoked about his office. So let's put that in there. Let's build a cabinet there. I think we already made these armor stands. Yes. So they can go there, and that should please him. Another monster hunter wants to hang out. We might as well let them in. He's also shared a bunch of tales. And we've had an herbalist withdraw from society. Thank God. If you retire the fortress, can't you pick the fortress back up after Legends? Yes, I believe so. Yeah. I think some things will change. Definitely your fortress will be a mess. There'll always be like stuff everywhere. But you should be able to retire it instead of abandon it. Yeah. Temporarily retire to go into Legends mode and pick it back up. Yeah. That's why you got to make cotton candy warhammers and give them to your hammerer. I mean, you're not wrong. Making a deadly one is not the best idea. Stoneworkers workshop. All right, he's off collecting materials, which is good. What do we know about him? He's a talented herbalist. He has 7 children. Quick to love, I dare say. We still have a major like bedroom issue, but I don't think that's being solved anytime soon. Let's start smoothing out the new tavern, and then we'll start moving stuff over there soon. Master Jack, thank you so much. Who was this fancy pants that we're building it for? This is the Dungeon Master. He's not really anybody, to be honest. But he is in charge of, I guess, anybody in the dungeon. That cage is not actually there. It's very confusing. He demanded a bunch of things, and I figured let's give it to him. So, wow, they're going to smooth this out super fast. Our dwarves just have, like, nothing to do. Give the judge a solid lead warhammer and watch the pop control take its course. It's one way to handle it for sure. Unretiring a fork can cause some issues, but what you can do in the Steam version is save a different timeline. Yeah, that's true. They have added in this new timeline feature. Then you can retire that one and view your stuff in legend modes. Go back to the other save file when you want to play. Cool. That's a really good point. I had not thought of that. So we need, I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of tables for this tavern. What do we have a lot of? Borax? Borax or rock salt? I hate rock salt, so we're going to go with borax tables. I'm going to make 20 of them. Which also means I need 40 borax thrones. Which I don't have the supplies for, but we'll deal with that when we get to it. Like 4 of these for backup. I don't know how overkill this is going to be yet. We'll see. Did I rush my military? No. But we did get a squad up pretty early. We got a squad up definitely before we had the equipment for them. And now they're all legends. Like, well, not all of them. There's a lot of, there's new squads in here too, but we have like legendary spear dwarfs. So the captain of the guard is a legendary spear dwarf. Talented axe dwarfs. But this is actually mostly the newbies in here. This guy's an accomplished swords dwarf. Competent hammer dwarf. So we have 4 military squads, 1 set of archers, 1 set of guards who patrol. They're like the captain of the guards. They're just going around looking for crime time. And then we have a round of newbies and a round of like legends. I will be honest, we do have to completely redo the military. Oh, how is that? Cool, he's working away. Oh, I have a bunch of bookcases in here. A rock salt toy hammer. Claims it as a personal treasure. All right. It's encircled with bands of round rock salt cabochons, cat bone, iron, and sheep wool. The object menaces with spikes of rock salt. The image of Stodare Helmetor, the dwarf in octopus leather. Stodare Helmetor is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of the dwarf with an obstacle after the dwarf strike by the great horned owl. This is the story of somebody being attacked at the waterfall by an owl. On a toy hammer. That's so funny. Well, I'm happy for them to keep it as a personal artifact. I have no beef with that. Okay, lots of open bins and barrels. I still feel like, I don't know, stuff like this gypsum, these teeth. Can we do anything about these teeth? Teeth crafts? Yeah, it looks like it. That song was getting real exciting for a second. Willow, persimmon, hazel, and ash. We're going to have a larch and a bayberry wooden chest. And I guess... Okay. It's going to take him a while to build all that borax stuff. What is this one? Brew from fruit. It's weird that I keep getting that cancel up so much. Personally find the timeline feature for saves. In RimWorld, I would name my saves like A0001, where the first letter was to indicate timelines. In DF, I don't have to do it. Yeah, I think it's a great addition to timelines. Especially because, like, if you want to do something like... Maybe you want to send all your dwarves out and just, like, go on a crazy raid. Now you kind of have the ability to do that. Oh my god, there's so much rotting cat meat and snail meat. Hey, actually, very quickly, before I do anything else... Ooh, I didn't know render fat was an option here. That's why I don't have any soap, because I'm not rendering the fat. I think, if I'm recalling this correctly. Gotta render the fat, and then I can turn that into soap. How did I get him to legend so fast? They've just been training, honestly. That's been it. I've had him on 2 months on training, 2 months off training. And it's been 9 years. So once they get up there, they start teaching the other dwarves. It also helps to reduce in their schedule. I don't have it for these guys, but I have it for the others. If you reduce this number from 10 to like 4 or 5, then instead of doing individual combat drills, they will teach classes to each other. If you leave it at 10, they'll only do it if all 10 dwarves are there, which is like pretty hard to get them to do. Poor stinky butcher room. So I found 2 squares of water. Can I do anything with it or just leave it be? I have an active river near me, so I can put this power thing on the surface and bring that down somehow. Do you mean like you're on a pond, or just like you have 2 individual squares of water? Like little lakes. Little lakes like this, you can't really do much with. Like you shouldn't even be getting water from this because it's stagnant. If you put it through something like a screw pump, then it's better. If it's an ocean, you have to desalinate it in order to be able to drink it. Which again, there's like a couple different ways you can do that. One of which is like screw pumping it up, and then like that'll just basically drag from the top, and for some reason that gets rid of the salt. Oh, I just realized without this moat active, my water wheel doesn't work. I've also just realized that I need to put a hatch here. No access to hatch covers. You gotta be kidding me. We don't have any hatch covers? I find that Hard to believe. That's also going to need a lever. My poor barracks is just like full of levers. Otherwise, the moment this fills, it's just going to drain all the way down here into this pit. What's good to know is that this pit does empty out over time. So I think this system will work. Using any quantum stockpiles just messed up my minecart in classic having bins in them. I'm not using quantum stockpiles, no. That's they're good, but they're a bit too complicated for what I want to do right now. Is there a limit to how many squads you can have? I don't think so. I mean, I guess I would argue like 20, because then you'd have everyone in your pop in a squad. It's tallow and lye for soap. Doesn't rendering the fat make tallow? I gotta be honest, it's been a while. I probably should make some lye, though. You are right. At the very least. Okay, they're going down here and trying to get all the rocks out of this place right now, which is not super great idea. Okay, hold on. They just said, oh, because the floodgate was... I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot, can confirm. The reason it said I had no hatch covers is because the floodgate was blocking the path. So it wasn't that I had no hatch covers, it's that I didn't have access to any hatch covers. I found water underground in a rocky river near a mine cave. Oh yeah, so you can do all sorts of stuff with that water. We actually have, we go down deep enough. So like we have rivers down here. This is flooded area. We actually flooded this a bit extra. But you could say, take this water, you could drag this up. You could make a well. Technically, a well could go all the way down into something like this, and you'd have access to the lower levels of water. You could screw pump stack and make a waterfall. There's all sorts of stuff you can do with water. You can accidentally flood your entire base. You can set up a trap so that like when you get attacked by goblins, they all have to enter through a giant pit, and then the moment they enter that giant pit, you close floodgates on either side and then flood the room with water so they all drown, and then you just walk in and you pick up all the armor off of them. There's lots of fun options you could do with water. I've been getting slaughtered with my military in Classic. Been trying things like making food stockpiles in barracks, forcing my military to always be near the barracks. Didn't figure out you can dynamically burrow your squads. Oh, yeah. Saves coming just to avoid the pain of rebuilding. That's fair. That's fair. Well, especially while you're trying to figure things out. The military, I've always found, and I often hear echoed, to be like one of the more difficult things to get working properly. I don't think it's unreasonable that people struggle with it. Alright, so I'm actually going to leave that closed. And hopefully nobody else goes down here. What are you doing playing make-believe in the tunnel to the underground? Didn't you hear the stories? Wow, that's a lot of goblin blood. Who is this goblin that had so much blood in them? Mysteries. Mysteries. Use quantum stockpile super easy. Just minecart drop says dump in a stockpile. Yeah, but then you gotta have minecarts going, and that leads its own number of risks. Oh. Things were too quiet for a little while. A vile force of darkness has arrived. And it does not look like they want to parley. Hell, it's about damn time. I mean, I don't know that I need these monster hunters in the safe zone. If they want to hunt monsters, they can go hunt monsters. Let's make sure that this burrow actually has everything, though, because it definitely doesn't. Collections that have been added, temples and the like. Entire dormitory systems, dungeon master's office. Whatever this storage room is. What is this storage room? Rocks. Clay, mostly, actually. So we are being sieged by gobos, is what's happening right now. Is there any chance we finish that hatch? Sure didn't. So everybody should stop trying to store things in barrels. We got a bunch of goblin snatchers coming out as well. Ooh, wow, they really went for the whole attack here. Oh, this is a really small squad. 3 thieves and a couple of archers? That can't be it. Technically, we can fight out here. We no longer have the bridge to deal with, so... What are they doing? Oh, we're already on it, are we? All right. Let the games begin. Everybody's just gonna charge them. Who is this guy? This is a dwarven child. Oh, he's with his dad, I guess, or mom. Absolutely gutted. There's one more up here. Getting run down and cut to pieces. I don't know what's going on with my river. I don't know why it's full of fish. They're all dead. Okay. So they shot a couple of my animals. Then a flying copper bolt strikes the goblin in the lower body, bruising the muscle. He shoots at a sword dwarf. The sword dwarf blocks it with his iron shield, attacks him, but he jumps away, jumps away, jumps away. Yeah, I'm feeling uneasy about this death. Bashes another crossbow bolt away with his iron shield. Gets narrowly deflected. It starts fighting a pig. Gets stabbed in the right foot with a copper short sword, gets stuck in the wound. The goblin falls over, pulls the short sword out, and then starts stabbing him in the legs. So easily broken, begone fair. Wow, this is hilarious. He basically cut this goblin crossbowman down, and like him and a pig are just like having a time. An axe dwarf comes by, just cuts his hand clean off, one hit. Stab, stab, stab. Axe dwarf hacks him in the foot, clean off, one hit. Whoever this axe dwarf is, they're a monster. Okay, this is maybe my favorite combat thing I've seen. The dwarven child strikes the goblin crossbowman in the right lower leg with 500 platinum coins. Just a bag of platinum coins. Somebody came out with their kid, and their kid's toy is a bag of money. That is true dwarfiness. Look at it. Yeah, the goblin child is just like beating the tar out of him with this bag of money. I'd also like to know what this child is doing with 500 platinum coins. That's a lot of cash. Oh, man. Just ripped apart. See, the big thing is that, like, these are all goblin bowmen. And crossbowmen, which means, like, the moment they got into melee, they were done. The real question is whether or not any of my guys got hit in the combat. We should be able to get some good items out of this, though. Stick to a well at the moment, but I'll try to see how to make a waterfall, so I don't do it with the water to make bread and such with the powered millstone. Yeah. If you have access to things like or if you need things like a water wheel and a millstone, you just need it in water that is moving. So like this moat, it's not really moving, but because it's connected to a river, it counts as moving enough to power the stone. As long as it's not stagnant water, it counts as moving. Ixion, your rat pack instinct has kicked in. We're going to be playing Ixion on Monday. I've got I reached out to the devs and got a key for it. Like a plank on this? Why does that look so weird? Oh, nice. Okay, that hatch is working now. Oh, good. This means we can open back up. The floodgate. Please tell me that's the floodgate lever and not the drawbridge lever. That's the drawbridge lever. Someone's going to go flying. Huh? Oh, that's that floodgate lever. Floodgate. Drawbridge. Other grate. What? Am I understanding this correctly? Nope. That's the drawbridge. Whoopsie. Wow, that's really confusing. That I made the jet. Oh, God. Somebody's got to close that real fast. Oh, no. Oh, no. This one? I'm normally so much better at like color coding my levers, and this is exactly why. Well, that's definitely not the one I wanted to pull. So I need you to pull that, and I need you to pull that. And that should close both of these. Yes. And somebody pull the damn lever. Here we go. Yes, somebody pull the lever. Oh, God. There it is. There's the child. I didn't link this lever. I most absolutely did not link this lever. Oh, no, I did. Oh, my God. Okay, we're good. That's closed. That's closed. It just takes a minute to kick in. This floodgate is technically closed right now. But if those are okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We can open the back. We'll open that back up. Human caravan has arrived. Last night, for some reason, I had a human monster hunter start killing one half of my fort after fighting some weird creatures. Still have no idea why they were killing all my citizens. They were an approved citizen. You can exile these guys to get your military to kill them. Interesting. I mean, we had a problem where, like, we raised a bunch of kobolds back from the dead with a necromancer, and then they just turned on my necromancer and brained him. Which was, to say the least, quite confusing. Alright, we gotta deal with this stuff. We also have a mandate, I think, here. Make 2 hatch covers. Yes, my queen. Of course, my queen. Humans! We can trade bins, too. Just have to find the bins with all the good stuff. Which is perpetually easier said than done. Here we go. Cat totems. Ah. You're actually not in the right things. This is the right box. Muscle shells. Oh, God. We gotta put the totems in with everything else. The stockpile system's a mess.
AgentNumberOne, AgentNumberOne, AgentNumberOne.
Thank you for the resub for 14 months, my dude. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to our mess of a colony. Though I will say things have been doing, like, pretty good today. We actually have a lot of finished goods. Here I say. View stockpile. Give me the rules. Totems. Made of. Teeth are fine. Bone are fine. I'm assuming bone also covers skulls, so. Platinum's really heavy. Those coins are going to do some damage. Economy's still not back in. No. I loved when economy was in and the dwarves actually traded with money. But right now, you can still make coins and they sell for, like, crazy value. We have a chest that's just full of coins and it's worth a fortune. What requires power to operate? Water mills, screw pumps. Windmills. The minecart rollers, I believe. You can, like, power those. You could power, like, entire bridge systems and stuff, I'm sure, too. This is a huge, huge trade caravan. What do we need from you? We normally ask you guys for cow leather, rope reed cloth, and wood. Really like birch, maple, and oak. Sometimes these guys have good bars. Iron, I guess. Gold, I guess we could. Bolts are always valuable. Everything else is whatever. Headwear and drink. Same thing happening in workshops. Stockpiles are full. They all stay outside the workshop. I love the whole combat logs. Dwarf Fortress is so hilarious, but sometimes heroic at the same moment. My best memory of fighting was a few years ago. A dragon was terrorizing your fortress right up until the moment a legendary wrestler woke up, went out there, lashed onto his head, and beat it slowly to death. Yeah, we have someone called, we have a kid called One Punch Kid, because I think he fought the Minotaur, and I think he punched it He like walked in while somebody else was fighting it and just like punched it in the head and killed it. Nice to see here, now that we actually do have crossbow bolts available, people are using them to train. Our dwarves are actually getting better for once. Riders120, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. Water and windmills don't generate power. What's the point of them? Sorry, the water and windmills do generate power. That is what creates power. So you need them for things like millstones. My eyelashes are just attacking me. Don't mind me. Millstones so that you can like grind things into flour or, you know, crush plants into slurry. God damn. This is brutal. I can't see it all. So for example, our paper industry is being run thanks to our power. So we plant rope reed out here. We bring it to this millstone. We turn it into a slurry. And then we bring that into the screw press. We screw this into paper. And then we bind that paper into quires. And then those quires go here to the library and they make books. Which, actually, I think I have a few bookshelves to put in here. I do. Not that these bookshelves are filled. They only have a couple of books in each of them, but, you know. Take them for what they are. Broker cannot access Trade Depot. That's not true. Unless I was to still have the burrow requirements on. And then it would be very true. Idiot. Can't believe we are still slaughtering cats. After all this time. So this guy is thirsty, hungry, has trouble breathing, and can't stand up. This is the one thing we did not do. It's because all the burrows were locked. No one has been able to come outside. So over here, we also have a dwarven child who is seriously injured. I don't know what this guy is doing. Hauling trout. We have all this fish on the edge of our river due to this weird glitch out. Somebody should go save these people right now, though, and bring them back home. And hopefully they'll be okay. Minecart tracks also use power. Yep. Yep. If you want to speed things along really well. I mean, if you get good with the minecart tracks, you can really, really zoom stuff. Big, big, big time. Speed things up a lot with them. I think I maybe need to open this up. You know what? I guess this isn't so bad during most of the year because most of the time people aren't coming in and out of the fortress, but we'll see. We will see. Already over 200 pop with plenty of animals and other stuff on the map. What's your current FPS? Around 30. We sit between like 26 and 35, I think. So it's fine. Like it's running. You can see it's running smooth. It's not really slow. And it shouldn't really get worse than this. In fact, it might be better because we've slayed a lot of the cats. We had a real cat problem for a while. We still have a real cat problem, but we're working on it. We got half these borax tables done. What's going on with my broker? Can he please come here? Storing item in bin. You mean no job? There you go, trade a Tipo. No job, he says. There he is. This little cloaked, hooded figure. Springfish, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. CPU do I have? I'm on a i7 8800, I believe. A fairly outdated one. I've recently been given a better processor, but it doesn't fit my motherboard right now, so I'm trying to figure out how to go about getting that fixed. Iron halberd. That sounds kind of cool. Let's buy that. I'll buy another pick just in case. Copper shield, we'll buy that. None of the armor that the humans have is worth taking. Rope reed. I'll buy these seed bags because this is actually something that I seem to be running out of a lot. Now, the real question. To sell you all my bins, it makes me 6,000 gold, so... $960 for this rope reed cloth. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know if I can buy that. That's really expensive. Oh, what happened? Hi. You know what? I don't need these instruments. I will take those barrels. I'll take that pick. I'll take that halberd. I'll take that shield. And you know what? I'll take that axe as well, just for kicks. Let's see what else they have here. Ooh, they do have bolts. I'll buy the cheap ones. Meat, fish, plants. I'll buy all that tanned hide. Yeah, I'll buy that thread. Ooh, stray cloth, I'll buy that. Quivers, I'll buy those. Cheese, I don't need. Sure, I'll buy that stuff. Yeah, see, the humans always show up with like an insane amount of leather for super cheap. And typically like a fair bit of cloth that I don't mind buying. The rope reed cloth in particular, but I don't want to buy the chests that cost 1,000 gold. I do want all their leather though. It's like 60 bucks for a bit of leather. It's just like such a good deal. And I will say it's early summer, which means we have a trade good caravan from the dwarf home coming next season. Which probably means I also don't want to sell off all my loot. But we don't have anything to hunt, so leather is like great for us. The rope reed I could just be making myself if I wasn't making so much paper. Hopefully with those seeds we can solve a little bit of that problem. Oh my god, how do you have so many bins? No wonder you have like 1,000 carts. I also buy this every time they show up, so they keep showing up with more the next time. Because they know I'm a sucker. I think that's enough. Let's not sell that. But I'll sell you 1,000 goods. Really? Wow, you are a greedy Gus. Yeah, you know what? Just sell them the bin. Ah, what the hell? Let's just sell them the bin. We're doing well enough that I don't really care too much. Leather trousers. I'm also going to make like 30 of those. And can I make leather tunics? I can. So, you know what? Let's make 30 of those. What's going on with the miasma? Oh, there's a bunch of dead. There's a bunch of rotting kitten meat, probably. Rotting giant skull meat, maybe. Let's go with the rotting skull meat. We're definitely not slaying thousands of kittens right now. Were the cats the real vampires all along? Yeah, they've definitely been sucking the FPS out of the game, that's for sure. Making it so we can't get anywhere. So I actually have a bunch of kaolinite. I can use with these guys. Let's make plaster powder out of all this gypsum. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna say plaster powder. I'm gonna make 10 of that, and I'm gonna say clay jug. I'm gonna make 10 of those. Crazy as it is, I feel like my food count is actually dropping. Though I think that might just be from the fact that we're making fine, fancy meals now. Can we make soap? Yes, make soap from tallow. Yeah, I think that was it. I just needed ash or lye to make this soap. Everybody okay down here? There's a lot of blood. When is this? 109, the 19th of Hematite. Brought to rest, evaluated, cleaned with Wolverine soap, received sutures on his lung. Ooh. Sutures on his leg, sutures on his upper arm. Now he's being dressed. Surgeon, a child, a baby. I love that the doctor's office is just a bunch of surgeons hanging out. Doing whatever they want. I'm going to increase some of these numbers. I don't want people to have to travel to get any of this. If they're doing surgery, they got to do it fast. Okay. What is going on in the farm? Oh, it's planted. This is one thing we haven't been doing is creating fertilizer. Which is something we probably could be. If I could even remember where to do it. Potash. Ash or lye. Alright, we're going to set up some cycles here. I'm going to say make lye. I'm going to say make 5 lye. I'm going to say if lye is less than 5, make 5 lye. And this I'm going to say soap from tallow. 5. I'm going to say if Lye containing items is greater than 5. And tallow fatty glob is greater than 5. Make 5 soap. Up to 20. Now these I probably don't need checked every single day. I could probably turn down the amount that people are checking for these items, but it's not really like a huge rush. Thanks for the info. I'm always interested in having reference points when it comes to DF performance. Just upgraded my PC and I need to buy DF on Steam to test it out. It definitely runs better than classic version. I feel. I mean, maybe also my computer is just stronger nowadays, but it's probably a little of both, to be honest. Did animal diets falter? Did star charts falter? The moving world, a new approach. I love this. Look, they're all just hanging around reading. I think I need more chairs in my library. I don't really have a lot of chairs. Rock salt. Rock salt. Microcline. Rock throws. I'm just going to say 10 of those, generic. I'd like to have my places a little bit more color-coded than they are, but it's a bit tricky to fix it right now. So this is going to be all borax tables, is the intention. This is the new tavern we're working on over here. I wonder, should I go in like this and just have this be a big open spot? I could do like individual single tables as well. That's kind of fun. I could also have this like 2 separate bars, which is also kind of fun. Ooh, let's do that. Let's do it that way. So the chairs will all be on the outside here. This is going to be a much nicer tavern than our current one. I will absolutely say that. So we'll put a oaken chest and a maple chest there and there. We have a couple chests down here as well, because clearly I didn't think this through too much. I don't have enough tables to do what I want to do, but that's okay. We do have more chairs. Yeah, this will be cool. So there'll be like 3 bars, basically. One here, and one down here. And then this will be a giant performance / dance floor where the bards and stuff will play. And we should be able to make this a dining hall then. And engrave the heck out of it, probably in the end. Except this is going to be a new inn / tavern. The Armored Lunches. So I'm going to have this one as all visitors welcome, and the other one, the one like directly across from the kitchen, I'm going to make only locals. It's going to want 20 goblets. Should Guff be the barkeeper? I like the idea that the priest can also be the barkeeper, but maybe we'll put some new people in here. A couple tavern keepers. Guy's an admin, not a kidnapper. Yeah, you can do it. Performers, we'll have this competent percussionist. Competent and adequate musician. Oh, that was my priest. Whoops. Competent musician. I want a couple of big dancers here too. Competent dancer, competent dancer. So this one's going to be all visitors welcome. And then this one is going to be citizen and long-term residents only. Actually, that's what we already have it on. I didn't even realize. But that's kind of fun. And we do have crates of drink here. I don't know if I have to also do that here. This has kind of been one of the questions I have. Or like, will the tavern keepers just serve the drink themselves? Been having a good time playing DF on my Steam Deck. Ooh, I wonder how it runs on that when it gets up there. I mean, again, you can always just say, like, set the pop to max, like, 120. Which would be good. Dance floor and common area. 10 out of 19. Rented rooms, 0. So I wouldn't mind having... We could add, like, a staircase here. And add a second floor, which is an actual inn. Which is not a terrible idea either. Faith in the god of booze. Real Beowulf of guys if it comes to the tavern keeper. Is Beowulf a tavern keeper? Alright, we've already dealt with them. I think we're good on everything else. I think someone just became a astronomer? Needs ash. Make lye. Can't make lye, need ash. I see problem. I see problem. Amount of ash has to be greater than 5. So this means ash, make ash. If amount of ash is less than 5, and amount of logs is greater than, I'm gonna actually say like 20, then make 5 ash. So this way we won't go through all of our logs just making soap, but it should be reasonable. Popping my game in the Steam Deck around 120-ish, and it's been running just fine. It gets a little warm when I have it docked on a 1080 display. Okay, geez, that's not bad then. If you're sitting 120 and you're doing good, I feel like that's great. What's really interesting is that the value of the tavern doesn't matter. So, like... Unlike guild halls and temples, which you need to level up the literal value of the room, this place does not. It's really fun because we could do things like put in a big engraved dance floor then. Something like this. I like the look of that. That's good. That's fun. That'll make it look real nice. Oh, I might also do like engravings up this pathway as well, but we'll wait till we see. Craft dwarfs are fighting mountain goats. I'd love to see it. We have a ton of bronze here. Should we do the military today? I keep talking about reworking the military, and I keep not doing it. I tell you what we will make is more copper bolts. Because that seems like easy money. I'm still like working my way through basically all of the metal that we have. You know, we have people here just constantly smelting. Platinum bars. Look how much steel I have. Like, I go into my bar stockpile. I have 180 iron bars. That's a lot. That's a lot. Who is working this? An adept furnace operator. Okay. I mean, I'm really letting anybody smelt who wants to smelt. Just because I need smelting to be done. Look, no matter how many times I dismiss this, it's always a notification to be like, oh, people are sparring. Do you really need to know this constantly? That your massive military is constantly in training? Yeah, probably not. I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to make bronze helm 10. And I'm going to make bronze gauntlets 10. And I'm going to make bronze high boots 10. Then I'm going to make steel breastplates 10. An iron mail shirt 10. And while I'm at it, I guess we'll go with some steel greaves. That feels like a good little equipment upgrade to let our people figure out. Get them nice and situated. Hi, Cindy. Do you want to come say hi to stream? This is Cindy. Hey. You want to say hi to everybody? You want to go meow? She's like, no, but I would like some hair scritches. This is our stream mascot. If you see all the little emojis of the saxophone playing cat, it's her. You can see her little mustache. The mug I've been drinking out of today, that's also her. She's a rare appearance on stream. I have 2 cats, Mona and Cindy. Mona comes in like every day. Cindy comes in about once a month. Normally only when I'm going late, which I'm not even. She's here early today. She's also very well behaved. You want to go down? Okay. Here you go. Here you go. Hello, hello. Dragon Knight. Little baby, isn't she? She's such a little baby. She's a real cutie. My cats are really funny. They're both rescue feral cats. Foster cats. We fostered them and then we adopted them. But they're scared of just like everything. The slightest, smallest noise in the house. And they're like, we got to get out of here, man. We got to go right under the bed. We got to find the weird spot in the house of where to hide. So like anytime strangers come over, they're like nowhere to be seen. But anytime it's just us in the house, they're like, pets, pets, attention. All we want is pets and attention. It's very funny. Had to go AFK, got a call from work. What do you think of the human monster killer story where they killed the entire fort? Any idea what that could have been? Yeah, so I was saying, I had a problem where I raised a goblin as a necromancer, and the goblin, like, I guess broke free and attacked the necromancer. I think there might actually just be a thing about dudes, like, breaking that are not... Like, I think that might be a bug. It might also be the case that that monster slayer just went berserk. If he couldn't tell friend from foe. If he was killing a were-monster in your base and, like, a crossbow bolt fired and hit him instead of the were-beast, he might have been like, aha, so it's the fort against me, is it? Have at the scoundrels. And they just tried to murder everybody. I hope it's not a case where we really got to consider that a problem, because I have a lot of monster slayers who like hanging out at my place. I also tell you, everybody likes this tavern. Nobody likes the new tavern. Well, not nobody, but they're listening to poetry. Seems a lot less popular. Lots of good engravings, though. Dude, people love this story about this troll beating this dwarf to death. I keep seeing this engraved. Like, every time I click on an engraving, it's about this troll beating a dwarf to death. An image of barley. Yeah. An memorandum. The removal of the dwarf rim tower hammer pillar from the position of broker. That was Turg. That was the first Turg who came back as a ghost and haunted our fortress. Are you a happy kitten? You seem to be pretty happy right now. Getting pets during a stream. Shared a rumor. Alright, the borax tables are done, so let's finish up this place. 6, 5. I'm happy with that. I think I might be out of chairs. Oh no, maybe not. If I have 9, I might be good. Yeah, actually I have extra. Might as well put them on an angle. Nah, you know what? I don't like them down here. That's good. I'm pleased with that. Could put some tables over here, but I like this massive dance floor. I think people will like this. Classic dwarf. Is it always the same dwarf, or does he kill multiple? It's always the same dwarf that they talk about, which makes me wonder, like, who was that dwarf? Was he an important figure? You know what we should do is just put these over here. Oh, our library is so ugly. Did animal diets falter? In this 3-part YouTube series, we will look about the foraging behavior and diet of creatures. The writing in this YouTube will be quite cheerful, yet it will try and fail to be funny at times. Overall, this video will not be awful, but also not be very good. This was a dumb joke, I'm sorry. Well, I like that they made a copy of that book. 14 written objects. Hot dog. Can we get some more scholars, I wonder? These guys are all in the army, so... like... observers, mechanics, observers, mechanics. A critical thinker and a novice logistician. That sounds like the kind of person I want to be a scholar. I don't just want a bunch of military guys who are good at looking at things. Critical thinking, dabbling observer. I thought this is where like mathematicians and stuff showed up as well. Look at this guy who's an administrator and a legendary observer. He could be a scholar. Oh yeah, look, competent reader, novice wordsmith. We had some people who were like mathematicians and astronomers and stuff like that. So I wonder what happened to them. You can go into Legends mode and check the dwarf name. That's true. That's true. But you have to like, we were talking about this a bit earlier. It's much easier to do now, but you have to like save to a different timeline, then retire the fort, and then go into Legends mode. I'm curious, but I'm not that curious. The Burger King foot lettuce files. Exactly. This damn tavern is still too busy. Should this even be a tavern? Or should this just be a dining hall, I wonder? I guess the problem is that my military dwarves need somewhere to drink, and I don't know that I want to send them all the way across the map just to get a sip. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? I'm gonna open this up a little bit. At least we're slowly increasing the roadways. Hopefully, Shanzo, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. Well, that's a lot of slurry. This is automated. I don't know why I'm doing this. Ash, bolts, crafts, lye, slurry, drink. Giant monarch butterflies. Brew drink from fruit. Needs unrotted. Okay, so this task, brew drink from fruit. I'm gonna say like greater than 20. That task keeps getting glitched out. So I'm just trying to fix it up a little bit. Okay. All right. Okay. This tavern only has this small amount of drink. It has no food storage. All the food storage is right here. Thinking about moving some food over here. If I moved the fishery and kitchen right here, then the fish would come this way, which would be a heck of a lot faster. The plump helmets would have to really, really move, but we could keep the brewery here. And this could just be for brewing beer. That might be a little easier. If we had the fishery over here, we could also move the shell crafter. Which is like... Yeah, these guys are just overloaded with needing to do more than... We need more craft workshops, basically. There's never really enough of it. I love that we're just creating all this masterwork leather armor now. I don't know who's down here doing it, but God bless their... Bless their hearts. Dober. This guy? No, this is Moses. This guy. No. Ah, somebody's been making good leather. I'm like, who is it? Let me see. Let me see. Mr. No Efficient Fort realizes he needs to be efficient. I know, right? I don't need to be efficient. I'm just thinking about how to fix some efficiency problems. Because even like we're getting so big now that I wonder, like, are we keeping up on booze? All right. All right. Put something there. I'm gonna put something there. I'm gonna put something there. Yeah, this is gonna be hideous. That's right. Another crime against nature. We'll see how this works. I think it'll be okay. It looks like all the fish are finally gone from here, at least. We've moved them in. There's still an infinite supply of mussel shells here. It's really funny that the mussel shells can't be, like, put in a bin. You know? Like, they're just here in, like, small amounts. Build out a new level. Yeah, I mean, I think on this fort we're going pretty 2D. The next fort's going to be a lot more level based. I already have like a rough layout for the next fort, which might be sooner than later depending on how this goes. The Cyclops Suvasanginon has come, a giant humanoid monster with a single eye set in its forehead. A Cyclops, eh? Well, it's only one. That's good news. See how this works. Should probably tell everybody to get in their burrow. Are you in this list? Everybody but the monster slayers. I'm curious, can I add monster slayers to a squad? I'ma hunt your kitty cats. I'ma get that kitty cat. That kitty cat real fast. Don't know me can reach in time. Now what do? Mia's tired. Wow, he just ran right by this scholar. This competent swords dwarf, who I don't know what they're doing, but all right. So this character has decided, with no equipment, told to keep inside, that they would like to solo this Cyclops by themselves. Are you in my colony, Erdim? I mean, my entire army is right around the corner, so... I have an Erdim, but it's not you. Ah, you are in fact a guest. Well, here comes the army. Oh, she got buckled. Here we go. Cyclops punches the scholar in the head with his left hand, and the injured part collapses. And then he was like, whoa, this is terrifying. Oh, I actually can't view combat like that. He's exhausted. He's unconscious. He's heavily bleeding. He's dealt with. What a chump. What happened to you? All right, so you murdered my my visitor. And then a mace lord comes at you. Bashes him in the right upper leg with his copper mace, fracturing the bone, pulling the right hip. Smashes him in the left lower leg with his bronze mace, twisting the left knee. Cyclops takes a swing and misses the mace lord. The mace lord bashes him in the lower body, bruising the stomach, then in the arm, fracturing the bone. Wow, this guy is literally just like breaking each and every single one of his limbs, one after the other. The Cyclops, to no surprise, collapses with a broken arm and 2 broken knees. And then they just start wailing on him. Stabs him in the left hand. Lashes him with a whip in the upper body. A silver scourge. Scourge? Scourge? I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with that word. Slashes him with a sword. The arm. Oh my god. They stunned. The wrestler punches him in the head with his right hand, bruising the muscle, stunning him and knocking him unconscious. Snapping his neck a little bit. Wow, and then they literally just like stab him in the head, bash him in the head, bash him in the head, lash him in the head, lash him in the head, slash him in the head, slash him in the head. You just see all the different weapons of them just like wailing on him. It's just like 4 pages of just them hitting him in the head over and over again. Is this just like 40 pages of them hitting him in the head over and over again? Holy Moses. Finally, the sword dwarf stabs him in the head, tearing apart the muscle, fracturing the skull. And a sword master bashes him in the head with the iron bow, bruising the skin. Bronze mace, the injured part is crushed, and an artery is open. The sword master bashes him with an iron bow. You have a sword. You have a sword. The astronomer. That's you. All right. The astronomer Erdim Muthkatsuan. Let's just find you. Erdim. You. Iron bow. Despite the fact that you are a great swords dwarf. What squad are you in? The Clasps of Swallowing. I just want you to have a sword. Quite frankly. I don't care which one. Oh, good work, everybody. Headshot. And he is splattered in blood. So we really do need to fix the equipment on these guys, but... we can pause the burrow and let them all out. Oh my god, I've never had this one yet. The crafts dwarf and the glassmaker have married. Oh, in the temple. Unib Ritonaltar, talented glassmaker, and Mistem Colasir, expert weaver and proficient glassmaker. And they're going to make sweet glass together. Knowledge is power, it does. Very sturdy skull on that guy, yeah, no doubt. He took a serious whooping there. Yeah, I think I'm gonna remove this as a tavern. And I'm just going to leave this as a dining hall for now. What I've been wanting to do is make this a military barracks and a military dining hall so that at least our guys here are always kind of nearby. But mostly it's just like this is a much, much better and bigger space. So all the more reason we should have everyone over here. Big temple, big tavern, big library. My drink is really low. I'd like to know what keeps happening with this cancel. Brew drink from fruit needs unrotted fruit, leaf, or vegetable. So I think probably until this is settled, he won't fix it. You know what? I think I'm just going to actually cancel this. Drink is less than 10. Plants is greater than 10. You know what? Let's go. If drink is less than a hundo, make 50. That seems like a lot. In retrospect. Considering that they're checking that every single day. Like if we maybe broached it out a bit, it would be different. Look at this, man. Look at that. How many dwarves I have just sitting around waiting for a job. They're like, oh, you need us to smooth this room? No problem, man. Give us until lunch. We'll have it done. This right here, this is gonna be fixed up real nice and fast. Don't even worry about it. Bit of pecan, a bit of oak. Bada bing. Sure, I'm gonna put a fishery right here. I'm gonna build a crafts craft shop right here. And then I'm gonna build a kitchen right here. With the intention that we go, I guess there's a few ways I can kind of lay this out, but this is going to be unprocessed fish, food, custom, unprepared fish. This is going to be shells, not corpse, refuse. I guess that's it. Like, it doesn't... It's just shells that I want. It's like a mussel. I really just want mussel shells on. Oh my god. Oh my god. So... I'm trying to remember. I think this needs to be refuse, remains, mussel shell remains. We have one of these stockpiles down here, so I can just actually look. Bones and shells. Okay, it doesn't even need to be. It just needs to say shells. Hey. Started playing Dwarf Fortress. I made a 250-year-old world and started near the mountains. Did the basic thing, chopping trees, mining out rooms, and suddenly an accursed mist husk came by and killed all my dwarves. What just happened? Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, there's not a lot of you can do about a mist monster other than seal the entrance to your fort and live underground. So you got hit by a forgotten monster. These can often be, I think the longer you do world gen, the more frequent these guys are. I could be wrong, but I think that's the case. So yeah, forgotten monsters are pretty bad. They can be made up of any number of different things, any number of different ingredients. You could have a giant attack you who is made out of pure steel, and the only way to stop him is to, like, encase him in magma. Mist monsters are often very, very difficult to deal with for very similar reasons. I think the best way is probably to cause a cave-in on top of it. Though flooding it with magma might also work. Anything made of mist and dust are the worst. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, normal weapons just don't do anything of them. So that's kind of the thing with Dwarf Fortress. Is like Dwarf Fortress doesn't care where you are in the world. Like, it doesn't care how far along your fort is. It cares where in the world you are and what other legends have spawned nearby. But it doesn't care how long your fort is, how prepared you are for certain things. It will just hit you with nonsense. And sometimes that nonsense comes very, very early, and sometimes that nonsense comes much further down the road. The thing is, you have a dope story now about this first fortress. You know, you made this castle, and what happened? You got attacked by a monster made of mist. That is a horrifying story to carry on to your next civilization. And now maybe in the next place you live, you'll change your entranceway so that you have a cave-in mechanism ready to go, so that if something like that happens to attack you, you can pull a lever and cause a cave-in at the entrance of your base, and then guarantee that, you know, your dwarves no longer go to the surface. And as long as you have connections to the edge of the map underground, you can still receive things like trade caravans. Like, dwarves will travel underground to get to your fortress. So you're never completely cut off from the outside world. Also, forgotten monsters will come in through the underground sometimes too. You were unlucky. You were unlucky. A mist monster is definitely one of the worst things you can possibly have. Thank you for sharing your story, though. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. If you want to be really fun, you can set up an evil biome. Yeah, mist monster's the least of your concern. Just have all sorts of terrible, terrible things happening. Okay, so I need to adjust these new orders. Ooh. Can I set this up specifically for here? I can. Shell crafts. Is greater than 5. I guess if greater than 10, make 10. I cancel that one. So this is interesting. So you can assign specific shops to do these jobs, but you have to do it from the shop. You can't do it from the work order menu. So what I want is this one doing shell crafts. I actually want this stockpile to be deleted. And then I want this one making rock salt crafts. Yeah. More complicated. Rock salt, which I have 30 of. Actually, you're almost done. You know what? I'm just going to say make 30 rock salt crafts then. Now, I'm going to make this even further grossly complicated. Because I need to set up specific... Oh, God, this is annoying. I'm trying to separate my rock goods versus my shell goods, so that trading becomes a little bit easier. So I want to set up so the bins over there only accept rock trade goods, so that when the elves show up, we can just give them that bin. And in fact, we're probably going to need to make some bins out of rock as well. How bad is it if all my dwarves are drunk? That's great. That's not a bad thing at all. We went from 200 drink to 0 and we can't make more. Now all the water is frozen and it's early winter. Yeah, no, that actually is a bit of a problem. You gotta trade caravans? You can dig deep and find unfrozen water. Heat that water up real fast. Amulets, bracelets, crowns, earrings, figurines, rings, scepters. I guess totems, but like no artifacts and only made of shells. You know what? Shells, tooth, bone are all fine here. The key is I just want that. Sadly, I can't say only use like stone bins. And then this stockpile, this is where things start getting confusing. I'm actually turning off all of those and only saying stone and clay. So this should be stone stuff and clay. This should be bone and shell. So we can trade this to humans and we can trade this to dwarfs. Now, I would also like to delete this stockpile and delete this fisher dwarf fishery. And I don't know what I'm doing with the kitchens yet. I know I wanted a kitchen over here, but for reasons I have not yet really settled on. Oh my god, look at this. Just explode in mussel shells. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. This was the fishery here? Hi. Can you just only do shell crafts forever? Okay. Didn't we... I see. It's the wrong one. Didn't I say this was only for this? Specifically for this shop, but you're also doing it over here. I hope they figure that out. Because, like, I don't want that shop making shell crafts. They might have figured it out. Okay. I think a dwarf needs to drink every 3 months, so you might get lucky. Seems like they can go a while without dehydration. If you have an expedition settle on a tile next to your first settlement, can you contact underground tunnels to each other? I mean, in theory, yeah. Like, if you wanted to do trade with your old settlement, I guess you could. I don't see why not. I mean, if you look at the world map, like, you know, these guys are all right next to each other. Do we have any new fun rumors? Oh, wow. These guys got attacked big time. How did we do? They're still being marched on. The elves are still attacking those humans. So we have a goblin tribe that's... A group calling itself the South Seasons founded Sung Shins after a long journey from the lands of the factual nature. So this is just more elves in the forest. We're actually like surrounded by elves here. A famous bandit is up in this goblin town. Alright, we're nothing too crazy. Dancers sharing us some rumors. We do have some mandates. We need to make splints. Classic. Just one. Just one. Can you also try to mass harvest any above ground plants on the map to make more drink with? Ooh, yeah, that's a really good idea. Yeah. If you have any trees on the surface, you can basically make a crazy amount of drink from them. Just had a miner trying to dig deep for water, die from dehydration, and everyone else is way too slow. Yeah, probably start grabbing that stuff. You've also learned now the importance of building a well. A valuable first-time lesson to learn. We don't have a well, but we have a waterfall, so that's our way around it. If you connect two settlements next to each other with a tunnel, dwarfs won't wander between each and basically make it one big settlement. Without a tunnel. With a tunnel. I mean, you'll get visitors, but I don't know that they will just like get up and like randomly leave your settlements or anything like that. Just realized I can fix this corner pathway a little here. Make this a little less unbearable. Trying to slowly open up my roads so that my dwarves don't get so cluttered. It is working. It's taking a little bit of time, but... Okay. Clearly, I need more tables and chairs in my library. Because people love reading books. I didn't realize this. This has been a smash hit ever since we got our paper system online. Look at this. We got 19 books in here. People love it. Mona loves it. Hey, Mona. Surrounded by elves sounds like a dwarven dream. Dinger Donger, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the agency. What do we got going on? The mountain home caravan has arrived. Good news, everybody. The mountain home is here. Those skulls shouldn't be there. I really gotta fix these bins. getting better, but it's still not great. Porcelain jugs. Oh, we should try to glaze those. Rock salt. I have all these like armor bins full of gear that I'm worried about selling any of this because I feel like it's meant to be equipped on my people right now, and if I sell it, they're suddenly going to be like, "Oh, I don't have any armor." Oh, this is a bit of a mess. Where's my, like, crate full of gems and money? Here we go. The coin bin. Let's bring out the coin bin. I want to make sure we have something to trade here. And in fact, I'm probably going to give them a bunch of money as a gift. Because that's part of how you become a bigger mountain home. It used to be, in fact, I don't know where this menu would be anymore. But it used to be that you could actually see, like, whether or not you were, like, your progress towards becoming a mountain home. Based on how much money you have. Oh, cool. You can see the books that you've written, though. That's really neat. This is also cool. I've never seen this farm plot thing before. Interesting. How's your FPS with 200 dwarves? Would you mind showing how much you have? Yeah. We're around in between 25 and 35. I don't mind at all. We haven't checked it in a while. But it's been smooth. It hasn't been buttery smooth, but it's been smooth. I'm zoomed out as like far as I can get here. Yeah, we're getting a solid 30. For more zoomed in. I mean, I'm not normally that zoomed. I'm normally about this level. Like, this is a pretty common... Most times if you check out the stream, I'm going to be looking at this exact screen. So this is sitting at like 35, 25 to 35, just like I said, yeah. And that's with like a ton of cats and stuff too. Cats that we've been trying to get rid of. Haven't we, Mona? Have we just been slaughtering all the cats and making totems out of your skulls? Yeah. My other cat has come to visit. I'll show her off in a second. I have a dragon's hoard of resources. This happens. We have so much crap. Like the mussel shells. I mean, this is insane, right? This is like a fortune if I can only craft it. If I can only find a way to craft it all. We also have like a crazy resource of bronze and steel and, well, not steel, but bronze and iron. I've been behind getting my guys suited up. It's getting better. They're making more now. Thanks, sir. Good. Yeah, it seems like there's pretty good improvements on this. And this is not on like a crazy, I'm not on a crazy CPU. I'm on a, I think an i7-8800. So it's not bad, but it's like dated. Salt crafts. Get out of there. Yeah, I really, really don't like that you can't split orders to specific workbenches. I mean, we're almost out of those rock crafts, but this also means that, like... That's weird, because this guy is not making mussel shell crafts. So I do wonder. Alright, you got pig iron, you got steel, I'll buy all of it. Got some glass? I'll buy that. Why not? Wood? I'll buy all your wood. I definitely have enough money to buy anything I want off these guys. Water buffalo? Meh. A steel pick? Yeah, sure, why not? A buckler? Why not? An iron helm? I'll take it. Chest? Why not? Rock nuts. I think I actually have all the seeds I need. Let's not get into bins yet. I'm gonna buy... This is all so expensive. I can make my own bolts at this point. Sure, I'll buy that thread. I'll buy those backpacks. I'll buy this codex. Wow, you do not have a lot to trade me. I wish, like, I like that you can collapse bins. I wish you could collapse individual bins as well. Dingo tooth crown. Wow, where did I get a dingo tooth from? Is the rest coins? Trade him this. Bit of gold, bit of platinum. I'm gonna trade that. He's happy about the trading. The other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go ahead and give him... Ooh, let's go with 2... You know what, man? I'm rich. Let's do it. Let's go 3,000 as a gift. Now, I also just want to grab that bin box and get it the hell out of here. If we can. Move goods. Bins. Gonzo. Perfection. So we've given a nice gift to the mountain home. They're very happy. Update, I somehow managed to panic and dig into an aquifer and all the kids died playing in the playground and the adults died by trying to close it off. Man, it sounds like you are succeeding really well at this game, honestly. Those are the dream stories. Aquifers are deadly. They can cause a lot of problems. Guess it's time for a new fort, but I'll have to get a well. Yeah. Aquifers are really, 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 really tricky to deal with. Like, they're one of the more complex things. When I started playing the game, I avoided those for a very long time until I learned how to do controlled cave-ins. And even when you know how to do a controlled cave-in, it still takes you like a couple of seasons to set up. So you need to have the other basics down so that you can have like a temporary base while you breach the aquifer. Workshops don't have the tasks, but also a work order tab, so you can essentially do the work order split you mentioned. I think I can't assign it to individual craft dwarf shops is the problem. It just assigns them to craft dwarf shop. I can tell them only use one, but it doesn't seem to let me do it to individual places, which I'm a bit confused about. I might just need to play around with it a little bit more, yeah. How tiny the crown would be made out of a single tooth, a crown for ants. Kind of crown, or did the dingo see a dingo dentist get some dingo dental work done? Touche, touche. You continue to impress. I have come empowered to elevate this land. Oh god, so this is kind of why I also just gave him some money, because I wondered if it would trigger something like this. There is much to share. What this means is that we're now like upgraded again. I need piggy iron and I need steel. What else do I not mind from you? Mail shirts and breastplates. Helms. Gauntlets. High boats and grevs. I don't think I need shields and bucklers. That seems about right. Sheets? No. Miscellaneous? Boy, I wouldn't mind some soap. Can you sell me soap? don't think you can. That would be under burrs, wouldn't it? Metal burrs. Oh, bolts I want. Jesus, powders, extracts. Dimple dye. Oh, dye comes from dimple cups. I could make that pretty easy. We have a lot of those. Bags are really useful for me as well. Yeah, I'm not seeing soap here. It's probably somewhere. I just can't find it. Potash for lion soap. Yeah, I guess we could ask for some potash. Why not? He wants cloth and goblets. Yeah, he'll get whatever I decide to trade. He wants cloth and goblets. What he's going to get is muscle shell crafts. I guess I could make muscle shell goblets, but that'd screw up my whole system. All right, so we're still a county. Which is confusing because he did say that he was upgrading us. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You can click an individual workshop and issue work order from there. So that's what we did. So that's what I did here to make shell crafts. I did it from this workshop specifically. And I did the same thing for rock crafts down here. But I keep getting rock crafts up here. Did I get rid of the old order? Maybe that's what I didn't do. No. So this here, I literally made this from that lower, right? That's from here. Oh, I found it. General work orders allowed. So that should make it that they only allow for this. I don't know why this one is not pulling in shell crafts. It is truthfully beyond me. Oh, I don't know. Maybe because it's a one-time order versus like a repeating order. Goblets always end up being a go-to craft item. Yeah, I like the crafts just because it's like a bunch of different stuff, but goblets are good. Potash, like pot of gold. Potash is used in concrete. As far as I know, you can't single step it at all. No, there is. I was reading about this on, I think the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Someone was saying that you can reduce like tick movement down in the options menu and then just like unpause. So it only goes like one tick at a time or like a couple ticks at a time. But it's kind of like a weird temporary fix. You can't just like pause and scroll through combat bit by bit. But there's a big call for that. Like that's one of the major things people are asking for right now. Because I'm the same way. I like watching the combat unfold like in live action. Oh, we got a mood. You found walls and a big 7-wide highway deep underground? Ooh. Looks like you're in for some fun. We're a leather worker taken by a Fey mood. Is he going to claim the leather worker shop? Is he going to pimp out our leather daddies? Gypsum plaster. We have all this gypsum. But like, the problem is that we need bags to put it in. And I don't really have that many bags. He has claimed the leather works. To nobody's surprise, he's gathering a lot of leather. Hey, Mona, would you like to say hi to the chat? You seem like you're a little crazy. You definitely are. Hi. Bye. Oh my god. She just left like a literal dust ball of fur in her wake. Mona's been on my lap for like the last 15 minutes. I've been trying to get her to calm down so I can get her to say hi. No shot. Oh my god, what a mess. What a mess. I need to vacuum myself. It's your biggest issue. You can't order lists by alphabetically or whatever order you want. You can also filter search lists and you can't click Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, there's a bit of like linking that should be done. You know, it'd be nice if there's a thing in like the old Legends mode where if you like, you know, if you open up something like this, you could be like, oh, the time of my ancestors, and you could click that and like it would go to like the encyclopedia article about the time of the ancestors. Or you could click this person and like go to them. I'm out of flux stones. Whoa. Wow, we must have went through a lot of... That's a lot of chalk. That's a lot of chalk. My dwarves seem to be doing well. They're not really that busy, which is, I'm going to be honest, surprising. What is going on here? Rotting mountain goat stew. My military commander. All right, well, you get a pass. Export of splints prohibited. What a surprise. Leather, cabochons, mountain goat bones, rock crystals, jet blocks. Interesting that they took blocks instead of stones. Lack of keyboard shortcut support, combination of mouse keyboard would be great. DF is getting a huge funding boost. We might see some of this quality of life being added. Yeah. I mean, I think they're also like not against adding. This is the first time they've like added people to the team in terms of like, you know, the music. So they hired like 4 or 5 new musicians to add a bunch of stuff to it, right? So it used to always just be like Turn and Toady were the only ones who did anything. For the longest time, it was just Turn, and then like Toady really, you know, stepped up and started being a lot more active with the development. But now it's like they have musicians and stuff kind of on staff, and they have a producer. They have like access to people that can help implement code. Now, I don't know how much. I imagine Turn will still want to do everything himself, but it might be that he could get people to figure out problems and then like bring him the answer so that he understands it when he injects it himself, you know? Wood. This guy's making something real fancy. Can't go to dwarfs from the labor menu. Yeah, there's a lot of places that I'd like to just be able to click the portrait of the dwarf and go to that dwarf. Absolutely, I'm with you there. I will say, like, most of the UI changes are good. There's a few things that I'm still hoping and wishing for, but that's like no real complaint, you know? How do you not have 2 million error messages? By the way, my worker just constantly report not having materials for stuff. You just have to set the conditions. So by using these condition buttons, I can say like, you know, don't do this job unless the thing that you need for this job is more than 10. So like, don't try to make 10 of these unless you have 10 things to make them out of. And then they won't even start that order unless that condition has been met. So I still get some things, but they're mostly like, hey, we're out of ammo. Which, like, I'm already making copper bolts. We are never making stuff fast enough here, I'll tell you that. I say as my legendary armor smith makes a bronze helmet. Ton of steel breastplates here. This is really good to see. I'd be surprised if they added more coders, yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was like, if somebody came to him with like a quality, you know, a big quality of life fix, and he found a way to be like, oh, okay, I can inject that on my own. Like that's a simple fix or something like that. Also, you know, now that it's out and they don't have to worry about like the wind up to release, they can really start focusing on the things that they care about. The development of the F has slowed down substantially over the last 2 years in terms of like things getting knocked off the roadmap because they've been building everything for this version, implementing all the different bits and pieces. And I will say, like, if you go to the Dwarf Fortress homepage, the Bay 12 website, they're very clear about what they're working on all the time. And like Turn Adams posts news posts frequently about like weird stories and bugs he's encountered, and they're never like super huge, but they're little tiny things. And they post like the update the fortress news like every month about what's going on in all the development and in general development. And it used to be a lot about being like, hey, here's how much money we made this month, because they used to say every single month they'd be like, this is how much we got donated to this month, you know. Wow, it's been a great month. And that would go like up and down depending on like release cycles and stuff like that. Mostly went up because the game just got more and more popular over time. But they're very, very open in their communication, in my opinion at least. Plant barrels, syrup. I feel like I don't have enough drink. It says 105, but you know what? I don't have enough drink, and I'll tell you why. That 105 counts all the booze in all my soldiers' individual water flasks. So my taverns actually only have like a single barrel of ale in them. Because I'm only telling my guys to make 100 drink. So I'm hoping if I say 300, we'll have, you know, 200 will be everybody's water flasks, 208 or something like that. And then we'll be able to have 100 barrels of booze. 100 barrels worth of booze. $60K a year, tile set designer hired. I mean, look, they've made individually, Turn and Toady have made at least 4 million after like producer cuts and stuff right now. So, and the game's been out like 2 weeks. Like 2 weeks, even a 1 week, maybe. Yeah, I guess it's been 1 week. It's been a pretty good week for them. They're going to get chonked in taxes, I'm pretty sure. But you know what? I'm sure they can also keep a lot of it in their company. And maybe claim like 20 years of... I don't know, man. They're hiring an accountant, but they could probably claim a lot of like, hey, we haven't really made money outside of donations for the last 20 years. And there's a couple of tax tricks they can do, especially depending on where they live. You can turn off cancellation messages. Can you turn off things like sparring messages? How? A grizzly bear leather shoe. This is a bulky grizzly bear leather shoe. I like that it's a single shoe. He made an artifact and he was like, I'm not going to make 2 shoes. I'm going to make 1 shoe. It is encrusted with cushion hematite cabochons. And decorated with grizzly bear leather. The object menaces with spikes of donkey leather, cryoprace, mountain goat bone, rock crystal, and jet. On the images of item is an image of a god damn a dodecahedron in lava leather. On the item is an image of Zaz Cloisterlove the dwarf in ash. On the item is an image of a trillion cut gems in jet. That's a mouthful of an item. Who gets the shoe? Oh, we also have this sock. But I think somebody kept that. I don't know what that is. A crutch? Did we make a legendary crutch? I'm going to give this shoe to the Countess. She can have a single fancy shoe. Not two, just one. Be clear what's happening. Ooh, giant thrips. Okay. That's fine. We're used to fighting them. They're just big bugs. Well, this has been a pretty productive day. We've managed to dig out our moat relief. We've also managed to break down to the underground cave network. Though not a lot down here, at least on this first level. Ooh, what are you? Hilariously, we do have a couple of monster slayers who've shown up to the fortress, and they're just like, we'll patrol the underground, no problem. So I don't really need to worry about anything down there. We've built a new tavern. Our library is up and active with like new books being added to it all of the time. We've started fixing some of the crafting, fishing, cooking stuff, but that needs to be a bit of a work. I think the next big thing is going to be our military. I want to like completely redo my military so we have like a sword squad, a mace squad, a spear squad, and that they're actually wearing like the proper equipment, because right now they're all over the goddamn place and it's a bit of a mess. And I think it would be nice if we could figure out a consistent way to get things like pig cloth and llama wool. Like, we have all these animals. If I could set up the job so that those are automatically being like sheared and spun, and like we have extra shirts on hand, instead of being like, oh, we don't, like, half of my fortress is running around without pants. It's been a common problem. Feels like it should automatically know I can't make an item if I don't have the materials. Yeah, you got to teach it. You got to teach it, though. There's a mod in the Steam Workshop to turn off sparring messages, so it wouldn't surprise me if that's an option. See, that's the thing as well, right? With the Steam Workshop, so much is going to get modded for quality of life stuff. That it will all be really nice and smooth. Show some cancellation messages or all or none. Okay. I found an issue, though. I'm able to get a well now, sort of, but going down anywhere is like playing Minesweeper with a water source ready to do. Yeah. So if you embark somewhere without an aquifer or a light aquifer, you'll have a lot easier time with that. But yeah, you got to dig around damn stuff. Somebody mentioned to me, if you smooth a wall, then water won't seep through it. So if you're having problems with like damp stone seeping in, you can just like dig it and then quickly smooth the wall off, and you should be able to breach lower layers. I don't know how well it works. I haven't tested it myself, but this was being talked about earlier. I got a bunch of steel gear made for my military dwarves. They're set to wear metal, but they're not equipping it. You might need to have them set to... There's a bunch of things involved with this. Uniform, like, replaces clothing or matches. If their schedule doesn't allow equip always, or equip order, or equip whatever the other one is. There's a couple different things. They need to actually have room to store the equipment in their barracks as well. This is a bit of a problem we have right now. Military is the big thing tomorrow. We're going to take a big look at it. But that's actually all the time that we have for today.